Just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I
Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's coverage of the NACE Star League Spring 2023 Hearthstone Tournament. And today is the second qualifier of the spring semester. We've got a lot more students looking to earn points in the overall tournament, make their way toward the grand finals later this year. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris to call all of the action for you today. So we have some good news and we have some bad news. The good news is that we've got a whole lot of new players who have an opportunity to break through and secure their place in the grand finals. The bad news is they're doing it in a much, much, much less diverse meta than we saw last time.
I think it's really funny. Last time we came up here, we were talking about how the meta was going to be really weird because it's new and no one knows what's going on. And we're like, strategies are going to become a lot more diverse once we've had a couple weeks.
No. Blizzard decided to drop a mini set that gave the already strongest deck in the game a better card. You can see Evolve Shaman has been the elephant in the room, so to speak, mainly due to that blazing transmutation that you see there. Because it allows you to discover your Evolve off of the Goldshire Knoll instead of a random one, it has pushed the deck well above a 60% win rate. And overall, if we take a look at the class win rates for all the different classes in the game, almost every other single class has been pushed down below a 50% win rate because of this one deck. It is insane.
Yeah, the only two that even have a chance of competing, but not even, are just Death Knight and Paladin, because they've both had some solid decks.
I mean,
but as you
look
can
at
see,
all
there's
that
still
red.
like, it's just not, compared to last week, well, last time, just there's not really a lot of good contention anymore.
No, and Warrior, I think, has fallen even more, despite last time where, you know, it had already gotten 5 buffs. But, yeah, the mini set released. Death Knight is hanging in there. Just barely, mainly because of that new location that was given to it in the mini set. So we'll probably see a lot of DK throughout this day. But, yeah, Shaman, I think we've got the major ban candidate for both teams. You know, I don't know what player lets Evolve Shaman get through here in a Conquest format.
The only time I ever see that going through is if neither of them ban it, but I feel like that is just that's never going to happen. We're not going to see it. It's just too strong. So it's going to be very interesting to see what people's second, third, and fourth choices in. And look at that.
All right.
We can already see.
Yep, it looks like our first match is going to be Northeastern versus Carleton, and we've just kind of got the auto ban is going to be Shaman throughout.
It's always going to be Shaman, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at what we got here. We got DK, which, as we said, still has a positive win rate. Frost DK and Unholy DK are doing pretty well. What I'm most interested is this Northeastern player. We've got automated button playing right now, and I really am interested to see what this Rogue and Demon Hunter is.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. We didn't see Demon Hunter at all, I think, last time. So I know that one has been struggling a little bit since Quest Demon Hunter got nerfed a bit. So now we're going to have to figure out what the next best thing is going to be for them. But it looks like we're going to have a Death Knight versus
and it's Unholy versus Unholy. So it's going to be a huge board battle between both of them. Keeping the Hawk Strider almost a full mulligan for both of them. It's going to work out in Northeastern's favor. But meanwhile, for Carleton, they're both going to get their 1-drops, but...
Yeah, we can... And we already have a nice Grave Strain in the background for Super Chicken once his corpses get up enough and his board is filled. Oh, that card is so nasty. Whenever I use it, I just, like, even with, like, a Ghoul Rush or something, it can be so potent if set up right.
He's also going to get the Arm Stealer, be able to put the buff onto the Foul Egg, so now that's going to be able to attack. Overall, it depends on what stabilization tools Northeastern is able to bring out. They are going to be able to put down the Necromancer. That's going to summon that 1/3 every single turn.
As long as you've got the corpses for it, yeah.
As long as you do, which Unholy is never really at too much of a loss for it. And that Ghoul is also going to get a little bit more attack based off of the boost it gets from the charge. It's not going to be enough to clear out the taunt. That's kind of an interesting predicament he has here. He's just going to go for the best trades he can take at the moment. Now this is going to be a problem right here. He needs to get rid of that 2/5 right away, or else that's going to snowball out of control. So we'll see what he can get off School Teacher. Yeah, I mean, the best one is going to be the Plague Strike at this point.
Yeah, getting just a lot of good damage off is what he's going to want, especially if he can get a 2/2 zombie off of it as well. But the taunt minion just standing in the way is going to make things really hard.
Ever since they buffed that to 1/3, that's just a very important break point in terms of health. It's made it very difficult, and oh my goodness, yep, this is, I think this is probably too much of a snowball, and the game's already decided at this point.
Which is insane to think of, but that's just like the power of the Unholy Death Knight just setup. If you let them get the board set up in the way that they want, can be really nasty. This Battlefield Necromancer could help a little bit, but the problem is if they have a buff for all of these people on their board, this is going to be really bad really quick.
And the main problem this is, too, is that all of those taunts are going to summon 1/1s in their wake, so even if he manages to clear out the taunts this turn, there's still going to be the possible buff for the Grave Strength. At this point, he can put the egg down and hope for maybe a top deck. He's going to have the Famished Fool charged up most likely next turn, so he'll be able to draw 3 cards off of that. Yep, there it goes, all charged up. He only really has to pray that there isn't a buff in Carlton's hand right now, because that would end the
problem. Ooh, School Teacher.
He could still find Anti-Magic Shell off of this. That would be a very bad turn of events.
We'll have to see what
Should the RNG go in favor of Carlton at this point? The fact he's attacking now, though, is a good sign. He probably didn't get quite what he wanted at that point.
Pick me!
Oh, he also got Plague Strike off of that.
Just going to help him get back the board entirely.
Oh my gosh.
Which means even though he can draw 3 cards off the Famished Fool, he's only going to have 1 mana left in the bank after that happens.
And there's not a lot he can really do to actually stop this right now. Yeah, let's see. Oh, he did get his own Swarm Guard, but it might...
Now, you know what this would call for in normal circumstances? This would call for a class that is normally traditionally well known for board clears, i.e. Warrior, if it was halfway decent right now. But apparently that's just a little bit too much to ask of the powers that be.
You know, a couple days ago I played against a Warrior while I was playing Unholy Death Knight. I felt really bad because they did try board clearing. It just didn't work out for them.
And at this point, I really don't see how. I mean, he's still alive. He has a lot of taunts he could put up.
The taunts will be helpful. The problem is just the health deficit now, too. This is going to be, like, just with all of the death rattles now, too. Like, it's not like an easy board clear. He clears this board, and there's another board waiting for him.
You can hope for kind of a Hail Mary Discover. Army of the Dead is decent, but the problem is he doesn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, no coin to get into the 5-mana zone either. That's another turn he has to wait, and he does not really have the space for it.
He's going to take a look at also what he can get. I mean, Frostworm's Fury would be amazing at this point, but the problem is that's 7 mana. So I don't really think there's anything he can do this time. I think this is just going to have to be a win given over to Carlton. And then we'll move on and see what else. Northeastern isn't going to even get kind of their meta choice through, let alone the broken Demon Hunter. So quick win for Carlton.
It was interesting to see a mirror matchup at the beginning there, and just how a good example of having the right card set up at the right time can turn the game to you so quick, especially with Unholy Death Knight, which is just so insanely hard to deal with once they get the Battlefield Necromancer down and then just start stacking their board.
Yeah, it's a deck that really depends off those soft taunts. It's the Hawk Rider, it's the Necromancer. It's both of those are going to snowball the position out in a few turns so much that if you don't have your instant removal to take care of them, then you're going to be in a really rough place. I think what really would have worked out is we didn't see it, but you know, if he possibly had the location, he could have taken much better use of his eggs, gotten those 4/5s with rushes. That would have taken care of things lickety-split, but sometimes you just don't get them in your opening hand.
Yeah, so he had to try and adapt a little bit there, and unfortunately, trying to pull as many cards as he could, he just couldn't find the cards he actually needed to be able to get those taunt minions out of the way and get his own taunts up for protection.
Okay, so Carlton is actually the one that brought the Rogue and Demon Hunter, so now we're going to have a chance to see kind of the two more non-standard choices. So I'm interested to see what he brings for Rogue. I mean, probably the only viable option. Well, it could be one of two things. He could be running a Thief Rogue, or he could be running a Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, similar to last time, there was quite a few Thief Rogues, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but even then, Thief Rogue isn't
struggling.
that high in win rate, so...
After they nerfed the Knoll, it's just been struggling so much.
Well, we gave up one Knoll for another. Goldshire, which is in Evolved Shaman, so those Knolls are causing problems in the meta wherever they rear their heads.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how he plays around this Thief deck. I'm also curious to see what Demon Hunter is going to be. There's just, like, not a lot of, like, Demon Hunter decks either that are super big right now. So I'm kind of curious to see how he plays around this, especially because he's taken game one. So he now has to get through these couple games using what are, like, considered right now just harder to play decks overall, especially against Hunter, Death Knight, and Mage. So depending on what Mage decks he's going against, this could just be really nasty. Same with Hunter, though Hunter is a little bit easier to work around now.
But to be fair, with Shaman out of the picture, it does give these a chance for all the other classes to shine. So, comparatively, if we're just thinking that everything is going to be banned in terms of Shaman, then things might go different. All right, we're loading in on our northeastern side. He's going to run back the Unholy Death Knight.
King.
Get to take a look at both. Oh no. Oh,
Death.
Priest, I suppose,
The
for
light shall
Carlton.
bring
So,
victory.
a little bit of a surprise for us. I mean, it's not really a pleasant surprise because I absolutely hate the genre of Priest, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's that Radiant Elemental. All spells cost one less. You're going to see a fantastic demonstration of solitaire play if everything goes right for Carlton. But pretty good opening mulligan for Northeastern.
Yeah, he's going to get the taunt minions he wants in his hand that were kind of the deciding factor last game right off the bat, which is going to be huge for him this time around. Carlton is going to have to play around that a little bit more with the Priest deck, but he does have the Radiant Elemental, which never fun if those get stacked.
I wonder.
And it's just going to be a pass over. That's a very nice top deck.
Ooh.
Now we get to see why this location is so good. You get to destroy one of your minions, and in return you'll get a 4/5 with Rush. And that Rush is going to be pretty good in taking out this problem that is the Radiant Elemental.
Yep, we're going to put the location down now.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. No cost reduction, please, at all for this Priest.
Yeah, that never want that to happen.
Thank you very
He's
much.
gone with a taunt minion in place too. Northeastern has a much better board set up this time around.
Yeah, now it's going to be much more difficult for this Priest to pop off. He's going to have to res that Elemental in some way. Thing is, he might have a few board clears. Well, he's going to draw 2 minions off the switcheroo, so that can cause some shenanigans if their health is... Oh my goodness, that's a really good draw.
The more you struggle, the better.
Let's see here. Yeah, okay, he's just going to get some spot minion removal. I can see that because the Radiant Elemental, again, is such a huge soft taunt that just having one card to deal with it makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Use that to draw a card and get a little health back. Discover some more spells. Looks like he's not exactly in a position to be able to handle what Northeastern has on the board right now.
That's the choice of 3 cards for his Discover.
I must consider.
taking an awful lot of time to consider his options. Remember, it is a spell that's already in his deck, so he's trying to find his combo that he can use with the Radiant Elementals. But he's already got one of them in the tank. This buff from the Grave Strength would normally be pretty darn substantial, but he doesn't have the...
He doesn't have the corpses yet.
Yeah, he can't use that to as well, though he might even just not need it at this point.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage on the board already. He's going to be able to get another 4/5 with Rush.
The better.
He's going to discover another... There's Dark Transformation, a card which has been supplanted in every single way by the location.
Yeah, I don't really need that right now. But honestly, although they're all not like bad cards, none of them necessarily are helpful in this situation. So having another ability, like create another 4/5 rush, isn't a bad thing.
All right, here we go. He's going to discount that. Resurrect another one.
Oh,
Here we go.
okay.
It's time for the shenanigans. Let's see some nice solitaire here.
What are we going to do?
He has a 2-mana discount on all his spells and still has 2 mana left. Should also have the Princess to give him, it's going to buff that. And yeah, why don't you keep going, playing your game. And he's going to discover a copy of a card from his opponent's hand and deck. Any spells, 2 mana or less, are going to immediately be free. I think the main problem is he's just taking too much time. He's going to be roped out.
Yeah. Oh, we can already see it coming down towards the end turn bit.
Yep, that steals all health. He plays Boon. I think he uses Princess here, recharges the mana.
Yep, he's trying to go fast, but he's running out of time. He does have the taunt off, though. And was able to get rid of the Battlefield Necromancers. So this is a good start for this comeback here for him. Like, not bad at all, jeez.
Yeah, it's just if we could just have a way to, spot remove that 619, then we'd solve a lot of our problems here. He does have a few ways to gain some corpses. Maybe he wants to try to use the Grave Strength. Problem is, I don't know if that's still enough to get things moving here. That 619 is going to take away lethal option. Death Strike is only going to do 6 damage to that 19, so, I mean, he can clear it this turn, but...
He's just going to have to waste a lot, get rid of a lot of resources on his board right now to do it.
I have but little time.
He's going to get roped
here we
out,
go.
too.
See how much damage he can get through.
Well, that's 12 from the rush, and 6 from this.
That's pretty rough.
It's gone now, and he is able to get rid of one of the elementals.
Here's the problem, though. Oh, and he has the Priestess, too. This is going to be rough.
Oh, man.
Okay, he has 3 mana still to work with to pull off his combo. He's going to discover a spell. Maybe it is or he's going to dredge a spell, excuse me. Problem is that doesn't put it in his hand immediately. That's going to put it in his hand, so what did he spot that he wanted somewhere? Oh, another Serpent Wig. That's just beautiful. That's what we needed more here, is just playing more spells for 0 mana. That's everyone's favorite thing in modern-day Hearthstone.
Oh, we love discounting.
There we go. He's going to give it the Bless as well, which is going to... he's going to do this all in one take. I mean, yep,
He just wants
combo.
this thing to live as long as possible and take out as much health in one turn, which now completely turns the board around
Yeah, it's
into
always,
Carlton's favor.
It's just what makes Priest such an annoying class. You get it down to low health, and then it has some insane combo with the Radiant Elemental that it pulls off.
Yeah, this deck is interesting right now. Just
the best thing that he can do, oh no, I was going to say he can put up the taunts, but he's got this shard here he can just use. It's going to silence all the minions, so it's not even going to matter.
No, as soon as the taunts come out.
I mean, this is a really tilting moment. The one card he has left in his hand, of course,
is just, yep, and it goes right off the bat, and that's game. Wow.
Woo! Oh man, Solitaire Champion of the Year. That is beautiful.
I will say, I'm impressed that he got his combo off so fast in the rope. Like, you could tell he was thinking up until that point. And as soon as the rope came down, he's like, no, I just got to do it. And boom, 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 getting the Radiant Elemental up there. I was watching, I'm like, there's no way he's going to pull it off fully. And then the taunt came out, and I was like, okay, he's safe. That's impressive.
Because that's how you know when a deck is wholesome and great for the game, is when the combo is how many cards can he play in one turn before the rope goes.
Yeah. No, that is definitely part of the fun of the current meta right now, just the discounting of cards and how many cards you can possibly get in your hand at a time. But luckily, we're not going to be seeing a ton of like scary stuff, at least like from Evolved Shaman's case for that particular one. But, you know, Priest can do it, and so can a couple other decks. Luckily, they're not as high win rate-wise right now.
Yeah, everything else is just kind of middling at best. I mean, the main reason why so many players love that Priest deck is that it's such a hard deck to pilot. What isn't as hard a deck to pilot is good old Imp Warlock, which we were going to see. Now, this should be pretty darn interesting, because these are both board-based decks. So we should be seeing a lot of trading going on here.
This will be a... Yeah, Imp Warlock is a fun one. Whenever I see it pop up and I'm playing against it, I'm like, oh no. Because there's just a lot it can do with the board, especially if they get the right cards set up at the beginning.
We're going to have the standard Imp Warlock opening with the 1-3, but that's going to turn into much more of a threat if it isn't answered as the Imps hit the field. One foul egg, and he's just going to coin right into the 1-2, give that some attack.
To be able to, he does need some board presence here if he wants to be able to get rid of the Libertarian character before she gets too strong. The Flame Imps do come out.
Can get a value trade in here, which isn't the worst. Oh, the Hawk Strider, that's going to be difficult to deal with.
He doesn't have a ton to protect it yet, though.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't have his Fiendish Circle Super Chicken here.
What is it?
Bring the peasant
Trade
out.
is going to be brought in. Bring out the peasant. Give that even more attack, make it a 5-3. But that's just kind of baiting the value trade into it, so... I mean, at this point, he has ways to deal with it. He's going to tap first, see what he draws. Grimoire isn't too bad, actually. If he sacrifices one of his own minions with that, it's going to deal 2 damage to all the opponent's minions, which in the case of Unholy Death Knight, I really like.
Another Librarian out on the field, although there's not a ton of imps in his deck right now.
Now, the question he has to be asking himself here is, does he take the slightly less efficient trade? He doesn't. He's going to let his opponent draw a card with the peasant, so this is a bit risky. Maybe he thinks he doesn't have anything to answer it with.
Does have the Famished Fool now to sit there in his deck to prepare for some card draws later on.
Remember, this Imp Warlock just needs to win one of these games in order to win the overall series. He's going to get the Ghoul with charge, use that to trade in. Peasant attacks face. Now we'll see where this leaves us. Wicked Shipment's really good. That's going to give him plenty of fodder.
Oh, yeah.
Because now he can use that with his Grimoire. Yep, we'll use that. I like that play. Clear the board, keep board presence on our side. That thing can get back board control in a hurry, also the Plague Strike.
And close
Which will be
enough.
good for making sure the Librarian can't benefit anymore off of any other imps that might get summoned later on. And kill the current imp on.
The top shelf is
Oh man, that is he just plays it for the stats. That is
They
not.
need our care. Now more than
That
ever.
really isn't ideal in any way, but it's going to do what he intended it to. He's going to trade into it.
Which is better than taking a bunch of face damage, but
He might
still has to be careful. He is currently 10 below his opponent, although that can change really quick, really fast, especially with a taunt on the field now.
Man, I mean, he is just valuing he is just valuing tempo on the board above anything else. Not going to play Tamsin quite yet. But he might try to use some sort of combo with it in order to just guarantee clear the board. There's 1 mana left, so he still has 1 turn to deal with this Hawkstrider before it gets too far out of hand.
There are taunt minions now in Northeastern's hand, especially, and the location.
All right, here goes Tamsin.
Yep.
She's going to help clear the board a bit. He's still going to have his 2 minions to attack with. He also gets to draw 3 cards. Possibility to summon some stuff now that those portals are shuffled into the deck.
He has the Vile Library as well. He has a couple ways to maneuver now. And now get rid of the Hawk so he doesn't have to deal with that. Oh, Northeastern has both of his locations now.
Problem is also those taunts are going to be out of range of that Grimoire.
Yeah. He's going to be able to get 1 stronger enemy off. Get the 4/5 off the 1/1.
That's going to be huge. He's going to play the Catastrophe for 2 mana. He's going to draw 5 cards. Sounds perfectly fine to me.
Oh, and he gets another taunt minion in his hand.
He's also going to get the no-fins, so now he can get some security behind this board, because no matter how much it's cleared, problem is that can be easily answered back with the Blightfang, or he might just do the Grave Strength and just, yeah, I think he has lethal here with the charge.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Just uses his hero power, then Grave Strength, attack all face, you got it.
Yep.
And that's all she wrote. That is going to be a 3-0 lead win for Carleton at this point. Or it would have been, excuse me.
Yeah. Now, yeah, Northeastern
am I even
has
thinking?
managed to get past a little bit here now.
I was just tapping a little bit too much into Super Chicken's mind. I know that's what he wanted it to be, but it's not going to turn out that way. So now we have a game on our hands, 2-1. Still 2 opportunities left for Northeastern to bring this all back. We know the deck that Super Chicken is going to be using. That's going to be the Imp Warlock. So we can actually get a chance to look a little bit more into that, because he was really in kind of a pickle there, as he only had 1 really opportunity to use a huge board clear with the Tamsin. That's the only card that he has in the deck to really clear the whole board. See here, Imp Warlock hanging in there all right in terms of the win rate, but now he's going to have to go up against Spell Demon Hunter.
Yeah. Imp Warlock is interesting because the main goal is to try and get that location and get as many imps on the board before buffing them like crazy. But
the problem is he had no
didn't
imps.
have it. Yeah, he had no imps and no locations for a while. So this time around, he'll want to be more careful about it, but he's going up against Demon Hunter.
The good thing here is that his board is going to be mainly uncontested.
Yeah. This would be a very it's just a race to see if Demon Hunter can set up fast enough to be aggro on him before he can get the board.
That 1
set
freeze is going to be answered back pretty quickly. On Marcus Scorn, that Feldori draw is extremely good. That's going to summon a whole bunch of minions with Rush onto the field.
Set the top up so he can't take face damage immediately, but does have the Relic Vault.
Uses mana to set that up while he still can. Gain 1 attack. And he's going to attack just to charge up his Karthus. This is not going to turn out well. This Feldori is too good.
Oh,
that clears the
no.
whole board. That is a whole board clear.
It's just sitting there glowing yellow. It's like, do it. You know what you have to do.
The problem is that if he clears that either with Feldori or the Unleash Fel, that completely charge ups the Mysterious Imp and Rafam as well. I mean, he could go Imp next turn, coin into Rafam, and those are 2 turns back-to-back that this Demon Hunter, even if he clears one board, he's going to get 2 other full boards in return. I mean, not only that, but he can throw down the Murlocula for free as well.
Oh, yeah. Murlocula is now charged up.
So this is kind of an example of
there it is.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, because now you got an even worse board to deal with that can be buffed with the Rafam afterwards to just go face.
Yeah, he still has some ways to answer.
Oh, he's got to spend his Silver Moon combo right here, and he can't even use that for the healing, so that's a big concession he has to make.
To just get rid of this board before it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, but I think there's a problem with your strategy here. Is that that isn't all that Imp Warlock has to say about this. Rafam still has yet to make his grand appearance. And of course, any time that Rafam can grace us with his blessed presence, I'm always for.
And he's going to fire back with a hero change.
Venus is
board.
it's not a complete board clear, and he's going to be able to basically refill his hand
there
with the Catastrophe and the Nofin's impossible. He's got the draw, he's got the insurance. That's a great turn.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is a really, really good turn for Carlton right now.
He's actually going to use the Vial Library to charge up one of his imps.
Oh, yep.
That's tough to deal with.
And the board clear for Demon Hunter, too.
Well, he can probably go for a Hail Mary here. He'll draw 4 cards. 2 of them will be discounted by 1. The other 2 discounted by 2. So let's see what he can find Opera Relic. No.
Oh.
No. No.
No.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's actually that might actually clear this board. Funnily enough, he might have found the 1 card he needed to make things work.
But he's...
It all depends on how the damage is spread out. All in all, this does...
Okay, that gets rid of the 7/7.
Yep, that's... Well, nope, still not enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, you tried.
Oh, and there they are.
Yep.
And now the Vial Library.
Well, we're so sorry. You'll have to try again next qualifier. And don't worry, we have some lovely parting gifts for you. A nice tote bag we can hand you off with. And Carlton, Super Chicken, moves on to the next round with a 3-1 overall in this match.
Yeah, so I guess we got to see a little bit of Demon Hunter there, which was nice, though the matchup did not quite go how he wanted it to there.
I think the main thing also was that he had to spend his Silver Moon play so early in the board. You want to be using that when you hit turn 6, because that's when you get the lifesteal with the Unleash Fel. You know, you basically clear their board,
and
Reno
then
yourself.
Heal, and you're like, so what do you do now? Yeah, those are always the plays you're looking for when you can bring up your health again, especially because right now, a lot of decks, you will just slowly get chipped down, and you're looking for your opportunity to go right back to the top. And so having to waste that so early is just never good, especially against Imp Warlock, who can just go, okay, well, here's another board to replace the board you just removed from me.
Yeah, those infused cards can get very nasty, as we just saw. But that's only the first match that we have for you today. We'll have many other Hearthstone matches coming up in this bracketed stage of the Hearthstone Spring Qualifiers. Round 2, right after this. going to help him get back the board entirely.
Oh my gosh.
Which means even though he can drop...
Not a lot he could really do to actually...
Problem is that's 7 mana. So I don't really think there's anything he can do this time. I think this is just going to have to be a win given over to Carlton. And then we'll move on and see what else. Northeastern isn't going to even get kind of their meta choice through, let alone the Broken. Demon be pretty good in taking out this problem that is the Radiant Elemental.
Yep, we're going to put the location down now.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. No cost reduction, please, at all for this priest.
Yeah, that never want that to happen.
Thank you very much.
He's gone with a taunt minion in place, too. Yep, he's trying to go fast, but he's running out of time. He does have the taunt off, though. And was able to get rid of the battlefield necromancers. So this is a good start for this comeback here for him. Like, not bad.
There we go. He's going to give it the bless as well, which is going to... I mean, he's going to do this all in one take. I mean, yep,
he just wants
combo.
this thing to live as long as possible and take out as much health in one turn.
You can just use it's going to silence all the minions, so it's not even going to matter.
No, as soon as the taunts come out.
I mean, this is a really tilting moment. The one card he has left in his hand, of course,
is just, yep, and it goes right off the bat. And that's game. Wow.
That is going to be a 3-0 lead win for Carlton at this point. Or it would have been, excuse me.
Yeah. Now, yeah, Northeastern has managed to get past a little bit here now.
I was just tapping a little bit too much into Super Chicken's mind. I mean, not only that, but he can throw down the Murlocula for free as well.
Oh yeah, Murlocula is now charged up.
So this is kind of an example of
there it is.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, because now you got an even worse board to deal with.
Has some ways to answer.
Oh, he's got to spend his Silver Moon combo right here, and he can't even use that for the healing, so that's a big concession he has to make.
To just get rid of this board before it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, but I think there's a problem with your strategy.
Trying to get rid of some of the board.
It's not a complete board clear, and he's going to be able to basically refill his hand with the Catastrophe and the No Fins Impossible. He's got the draw, he's got the insurance. That's a great turn.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is a really, really good turn for Carlton right now.
He's actually going to use the Vile Library.
Okay, that gets rid of the 7/7.
Yeah, that's... Well, nope, still not enough.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you tried.
Oh, and there they are.
Yep.
And now the Vile Library.
Well, we're so sorry. You'll have to try again next qualifier. And don't worry, we have some lovely parting gifts for you. A nice tote bag.
a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored. Down by behind locked doors, yeah. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face, I know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to today's coverage of the NACE Hearthstone Spring Qualifier. We're ready to get into round 2 as we have a whole bunch of teams still competing in the bracket. A bunch of universities looking to make their way into the finals happening later this year. And calling all the action for the entire spring semester, you've got Jacob and Audrey still here, and you know, we had a little bit of an edge to us during that last round just because, you know, a lot of the meta is just very dominant, you know, right now with cheap board-based decks that flood the board. You know, Unholy Death Knight, Evolved Shaman, which is probably going to get banned every single round. But there is one thing that could lighten my mood, and that would be the new Mage card that has been released in this mini set. Tear Reality is a 4-mana spell. Add 2 random Mage spells from the past to your hand. They cost 2 less. Now, is this a good card? No, it isn't. But it's a fun card because it adds 2 wild Mage spells to your hand in Standard. So we could have a Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron. We could have Ice Block back. I think the best chance we have of seeing this card is if it is procced off of Rune of the Archmage in Big Spell Mage.
That's true. Rune of the Archmage is just so apparent right now in Big Spell Mage, so anytime you see a mage, I know just this week I was facing one and that happened, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's where we see it played. But besides that, unfortunately, although it's really cool and I would love to see it played, I love randomness in mage decks. I think randomness with spells is always fun. I mean, it's not as fun for people watching you do it, but
of course.
It's always really fun to see the random chance just really get ramped up. So I think it would be fun to see.
Look, after seeing the the umpteenth location play from Death Knight. I could use just a little bit of variety in my life, I'm just saying at this point.
Yeah, and we're going to be going into the next line. Is that both
two mage.
Two mage, two shaman,
no.
Death Knight has been banned.
Ooh.
Paladin and
So
Warlock being the only difference. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now we have two mages. The question is, are they aggro mage or are they big spell mage? Big spell mage has the better win rate right now of the two of the mage variety. Big spell mage currently is sitting at a solid tier 2 deck, almost tier 1. Has 56.8% win rate right now. But it is very weak to very strong board-based decks, very aggro decks. You can see Murloc Shaman is kind of the counter to Big Spell Mage. So it makes me wonder if that's why both of the Death Knights were banned. Because if it's Unholy Death Knight, then they got to get a positive matchup with the Mage.
That actually explains a lot, because as we were talking about during the first round, we're like, there's no way that Shaman is going to come out of the ban unless both people bring Shaman and they just choose to ban something else. And so then we get double Shaman, or if there's a card, like a deck that really doesn't want to deal with it, which as we can see is Big Spell Mage, which is carrying the Rune of the Archmage card we were talking about earlier.
Now, this is definitely a control-based deck. One of the few that we have left, so it's a standout in that regard. That's mainly due because of all of its freeze utility that it also has, but speaking of something a little bit more aggressive, it is Aggro Mage. You know, still solid win rate, 58.7. Evolve Shaman, though, is going to be its counter, 38.6% win rate. Not that good against the current meta deck, and fortunately, right here, I think this might be Aggro Mage. This could be either one. It could be Big Spell or Aggro. Off this mulligan, I can't quite tell. We have RA. So I have referred to that this is going to be one of each, Big Spell and Aggro. Starting out with Aggro Mage for Northeastern. So this is kind of this is the less fun mage, if you will. This is just going to be looking to burst you down with a bunch of damage from hand.
And they're going to be going up against Evolve Shaman, so we are going to be seeing potentially why this deck is so insane right now.
And this would be very embarrassing if you just get rolled here after we've been building up Evolve Shaman.
It would be really funny, though. You know, maybe this is the start of the downfall that we need, but I kind of doubt that right now. Going up against this mage deck, it's going to be interesting to see where we go with this so far.
Through the totem. What he's really looking for is his Goldshire or a way to draw it. Well, he gets one of his evolves, but still hasn't found anything. No card draw, so this is pretty good for the Aggro Mage.
It's a good start for him, waiting out some nasty evolves.
Goodness, he's got two solid alibis, too.
Ooh.
Remember, that takes the damage that you can take at a time down to 1.
Oh, that card is so painful, but it's going to be very helpful against this Evolved Shaman here, especially if they do manage to find the Goldshire Knoll that we are currently dreading.
Okay, he's going to draw 2 cards off of that, be able to discount his hero power, add another Arcane Bolt to his hand. I mean, this is getting pretty desperate here.
This is a very good setup so far for him. Be able to get a little bit of damage off and set up some nice spells in the background here.
All right, he's going to take his first evolve, try to take some control back with the board. Turning into a Benedictus is not bad at all. Question, the one saving grace for this Aggro Mage is he just drew Mordish, and we saw last qualifier. If you're able to get him charged up,
oh, it's so insane if you get it charged up correctly. And luckily, he might have some time right now, because as we've been talking about, Evolve Shaman hasn't been able to ramp up as quickly as it can if they get the cards that they want off the bat here.
With both of the Bloodlusts drawn from RIT, this
scary.
makes it very important when these solid alibis are going to be played.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this gets set up. It's a good thing he has both of them, though, because otherwise this would be a really nasty area to try and dodge around.
Good news is he has plenty of freezes for now, so he could just freeze those minions and He's going to take the trade, do a little damage with his hero power, get a bit closer to that Mordish. Discount his next hero power to 0. And yeah, everything from Shaman, you're frozen, so good luck attacking. He's going to have to evolve that Benedictus if he wants to potentially do anything with it. Oh, that's another great draw. 2 more 5/4s. I would think that's the only play here. I mean, I don't think there's anything else you can really do here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot to work with just yet, so... Yeah, no, that's really the only play.
I mean, the one thing he might be thinking of is that one overload that's going to take him to 6 mana next turn, down from 7, which means he can't do the tiny toy combo. Meanwhile, for this mage, I think it's just more freezes for everybody, and we'll see you next turn.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the really annoying thing about going up against mages, both big spell mage and aggro mage.
Yeah, the freeze mechanic just has been so strong, too. So being able to just pull out a bunch of guys that immediately deny enemy action after you attack them, especially because it's not like they're hard to pull out. You pull out a 2/3 and you get 1/1s that both freeze. That's a great thing to be able to deal with so easily.
But also, how exciting would this be actually if he pulled off a win with the aggro mage? Because remember, we saw in the deck showcase against Evolved Shaman, it's only a 38.6% win rate. He is not favored in this matchup at all. So if he can actually pull out a victory here,
that's
that would
huge.
be groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's. Right now, I definitely think it is doable, especially because RIT does not really have what they need fully, but they're going to go for the Primordial Wave, which did go.
It actually went pretty all right because, yeah, that 5/4 with the Death Rattle, that's going to. If that hits the Mordish, that's devastating.
Yeah, that's something you want to clear off the board if you can, but he's not. With all of his cards reduced to 1/1s and 2/2s. There is a taunt, so at least he got that much out of it, but it's not really enough yet.
I think you could play the Flurry, hope that hits the 5/4. Maybe use that to go into the hero afterwards, because it'll recast that. He's just got to make sure that that 5/4 that the Death Rattle does not go off. Otherwise, he's really playing with fire in that case, because that's going to be his Mordish and his main board clear gone. I would think you just have to go for a full freeze here. It just all depends on what it hits, I suppose.
Yeah, just doesn't have enough.
Right. That freeze, it's going to freeze 2 of the minions, so it has a good opportunity to hit it. Okay, he's going to do Cold Case instead. Not quite sure about that, but we'll see how this works out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I am so scared about this 5/4. I mean, even though there isn't necessarily anything on the board. I mean, this is, you're playing with fire in my mind here.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, it's just, that was a very good Primordial Wave just for bringing out such a nasty Death Rattle right there.
And he can clear this whole board. Oh, and these skeletons, and both of them hit the 5/4. It's over. Okay, this is risky. We'll see if it works.
Okay.
And the other, he's going to restore 6 health. Oh, just got away with that.
Oh my gosh.
This is a whole...
Oh,
okay.
he's being transformed though.
Yeah, okay,
all right.
That's pretty good for the mage.
That's going to be very helpful for being able to actually pull out. Yep, he's thinking about it now.
He's going to use the hero now, I think. I mean, I don't know if he's really playing to the fact that there are 2 bloodlusts on the field, and that could just push him down if he doesn't use a solid alibi right now. because it's a win condition for RIT.
Yeah. It's just whether or not he realizes the potential of there being a Bloodlust in his hand right now. That's the question.
It's
He has to
Evolved
figure out if he
Shaman.
has it. I mean, obviously there's a chance. It's in his deck. It's just, I don't know if it's something he assumes is going to be happening right now. But the question, obviously, is that if it's going to be worth it. And I mean, we both know he absolutely should be putting this out right now. But, oh, man, I don't think he realizes it yet.
I can take him.
He has one last chance. Okay, he is going to play the first solid alibi. That's going to put 4 more damage onto the ticker for Mordish. So it's probably just a situation of waiting for the board to be developed. Now he's got Shadow as well. I think now might be his Tiny Toy turn. He can use that. That spent his whole mana. The thing is that is he going to have enough damage? Does he have the Mordish all charged up? I still don't think he does.
If only I had some warm soup.
But
We love the
that's
audio.
the Brucon. Thank you very much. I could use some soup right now as well. That's just all I have to say.
We did have another cold snap
Now
recently, so that's entirely fair.
Okay.
Oh.
I like that play. That is the well played goes out.
Wow.
He's able to negate the board clear.
Wow. That is... Oh, that changes a lot for Aggro Mage here. Yep. And now, yeah, wow.
All it took was just one disruption, and
Oh, and now we've got the Mountain Bear.
Okay. All right, I think our chance to win is just the chance for the mage to win is just pretty much done here. This is too much to get through. Too much to deal to face.
To match wits with me.
He's gonna do the Dawn Grasp. Still don't know what that's quite gonna do. He's gonna deal 3 damage. That goes face, so it's gonna get rid of the armor. And that is
It's not a lot.
that is one of the turns for all time.
Stay where you are.
Oh, man. He does get to freeze 2 of them, but there's just still a lot of options here for RIT. I mean, they still have Tiny Toys.
They're gonna take an evolve off of one of the frozen minions.
Yep. All right. See what he gets.
Oh,
Ooh, that's Wind Fury.
And he gets to summon them back to his side of the field.
Oh.
Yeah, that is probably pretty much
And he
done.
can heal it too. Oh man.
Technically, I think you do the heal after that, because you could have healed the minion up to full health after, but you know, I don't know, maybe not make a difference at this point, but sometimes those little details can add up. Now, the one good thing is drawing that Naga has given him the opportunity to copy the solid alibi yet again. So this is
That's
so
true.
much stall being brought out by the mage.
His whole goal right now is just to stall as long as he can to find a solution to his current
I think
predicament.
that solution would be charging up his hero power, getting as many honorable kills on it as he can.
Yeah. Yeah, and he can also freeze minions now with the location, so another stalling tactic for him.
Sun sets.
He's running out of time.
Oh my! Why? Oh yeah. He's got the solid alibi. Yeah, he's still fine for this turn.
Oh,
That's pretty good, Glug.
we love Glug. whenever, you know, if you've just got a board that you feel like might be cleared and Glug can survive, he can be really fun. But last time we watched him, he didn't really get to do a lot. He was just kind of denied by an aggro mage, too.
Now he gets a chance to choose what this evolves into. Okay. I mean, that's technically better, I suppose, but thing is, it doesn't have a board to go up against. What that does is it deals damage to all enemy minions if it has a battle cry, but it was evolved, not summoned, so the battle cry isn't going to go off.
And now, with Glug on the field, full board for the Shaman.
At this point, it's just has to be death by 1,000 paper cuts because you just got that solid alibi to deal with.
Yeah. And he can freeze a couple of these guys now, too, to try and just stall for as long as possible. But he's starting to run out of his options for that.
If this mage still finds a way to win by just freezing
That would be
everything
insane.
repeatedly, I would be both thrilled and very, very ticked off.
I would be very sad for RIT, because I know that would not be the way you want that match to go, just being slowly frozen, stalled, all the way down to 0 health.
Especially since you're able to take the Mortish away from them. You would think that at that point it's all smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, that's the one thing about aggro mage. If they have their ice spells stacked up and their solid alibi, they just don't like to be knocked off the board.
Well,
they will stick as long as they can.
You don't get to play the game. That's the whole thing.
That's the point.
Okay, he's just going to go for the freeze. Yep.
Yep.
And the problem for him is that he can't really play anything because his board is full of minions. So he can try one of these spells. Primordial Wave would be a good way to play around the freeze, to be honest.
And he has a lot of card options for it right now. That
Maybe
it
he
wouldn't be too
can-
bad.
Maybe he can evolve into a charge?
So many choices.
I mean, that anything in that area would be better than what he has right now. So
Find King
Yep.
Crush.
get the big boy Dino out here.
All right. You're
Let's see
rolling the dice. What do you got here?
Pleasure. Call me Dawngrass.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's a bunch of strong guys. The problem is just that nothing that can immediately deal the damage he wants right now.
He's just going to play the Prescience to draw some more minions.
Oh, there's the Gold Shires that we were talking about.
The one good thing about Rag, though, is it kind of takes the win position, the win condition, a bit away from this aggro mage, because now this shaman is healed back up to full health.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot harder to deal with, especially because looking at his hand, he is nowhere near where he needs to be if he actually wants to be able to get him down with spells. He just doesn't have enough firepower right now.
Well,
And that board is well within range of taking him out next turn if he can't stop it.
While this is a great play, actually, though, because he can take Rag out.
Yeah, that's 2 cards down. And he'll be able to take out another one, get the honorable kill off of it.
And
Bring
now,
it down to 3.
now that hero power is up to 5 damage, that isn't anything to sniff at.
Oh, and he gets to freeze him. Man, still able to stall this out a little bit longer. Wow. Oh,
Now
and he
he's
just got
gonna
another
get
one.
even more. He's up to 6 damage on the hero
Oh
power.
my gosh.
I guess you just got to keep the pressure going for the shaman and just
He
hope
does
that he
have-
burns through everything.
That's really the only thing he can do right now. He's got his Goldshire rolls, but they're a little bit too late. Actually, not even a little bit. Far too late. They were sitting at the bottom of the deck taking a nap. which is not what RIT wanted for their deck right now. And unfortunately for him, Solid Alibi and Flurry are sitting in Northeastern's hand right now.
Yeah, but it's only one more use, though, is the thing.
Yeah, but it's just one more use to stall the game one more time.
That hero power is good. That's going to force out the Solid Alibi. 6 damage on the mage. I still think the Shaman might do it here.
I think he has the potential to get it done here.
I mean, how many turns has this Bloodlust been delayed on the side of the Shaman?
I think it's been over 5 turns now.
This is what Mage does. Another Solid Alibi.
Just does not want to lose to that yet. I feel like removing someone from the board might have been the better option, but get as much face damage as you can, I guess. Yep, another Goldshire Knoll.
Okay, a bit risky, but it doesn't hit the null, so that's good for him. Gonna be
I love how it still makes the big attack sound effect, but it does nothing compared to what it actually looks like.
It's just a symbol of the frustration you feel from playing against Solid Alibi.
It's like, I have an 8-8. I should be winning this right now. Oh.
Ooh, that's, yep, that puts a bit of urgency onto the space. The hero power also does 1 damage.
Oh, man. All right, with only an Arcane Bolt and a Flurry in his hands, he doesn't really have... I don't think he can stall this out another turn at this point.
Especially with that 8-8.
8-8, 12-12.
Yeah, that's it.
3 8-8s, technically.
Man, if only he had a way to clear this like a Mortish.
If only. Bring out the guitar-wielding card. If only he could bring that out. Unfortunately.
Okay, he has to pray that this Flurry hits the 3 biggest minions.
Stay away.
Actually, he doesn't have to pray because he's still got the
Yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh.
We're going to 1 more turn.
One more time. And the only thing he has in his hand is a coin.
An Epsilon is a lot more than a... Yeah, there's your board gone.
He's like, I'm frustrated right now. No more board for you.
Oh! No! No!
What?
Zero power at everybody!
Are you kidding me?
It's still not enough,
But
but...
it's, oh my gosh. I mean, might as well. You have nothing better to do at this point. Oh my gosh.
I don't know. He might be able to actually clear the whole board here. If things hit in the right order.
He'd have to... He's thinking about it. Oh, man.
Okay, he's going to do Deathwing first.
Because he's got to bring it down. Or maybe... He does need to get that one out.
He needs to get the honorable kill to hit first so that the totem falls as well. So this is going to require a bit of RNG, but if all things work out, he clears the board.
Here we go. First one.
Okay.
Not an honorable kill.
It needs to hit an Epsilon. Oh, he didn't get it.
No! That, I will say...
Yeah, play both of them just to let him know.
This is how long I've been waiting to do this.
I would have been furious
if the board clear went through. Oh, man.
That was ridiculous. 3
Wow.
solid alibis.
How long were we... I'm trying to think how many turns we actually watched him stall with freezing an alibi. Was it over 8?
I think it probably was over 8 when I first asked.
I just don't know. That was just so... I almost feel like I kind of wished it hit Neptulon first, because that just would have been...
What?
I don't know. It was just that moment of like, what if? And I'm kind of glad that we did see it, though, at the same time.
What moment of chaos are you rooting for here? Because I would not have wanted to see that just based on principle alone.
We already were too far. We were already too far for anything besides what we saw there. Just, oh, man. I'm sure RIT is very happy that did not go in favor of the big spell mage there. So now we have to see Paladin and his mage.
And I do believe that is the big spell mage.
Just so we'll see. So we'll get to see one of each most likely then.
Mm-hmm. Question is for the Paladin, is this pure Paladin or Silver Hand Paladin? Because they're very close to each other in win rates.
And also just very close in strategies. Like, there's not a huge difference between how you actually play those decks overall. But it will be interesting to see which one they pick.
Okay, so we still have this Warlock. It is pure Paladin, I am informed.
That'll be interesting.
So we've had some exciting moments off of pure Paladin in the past because of the Countess. I mean, we saw some of the luckiest Countess picks last time around in the last qualifier.
Yeah, Countess just being able to pull up those 3 legendary invitations and get some really powerful cards into your hand is huge, which does make sense for another reason why they actually got Unholy Death Knight. Well, why Death Knight was banned because of this deck. Its counter is just... It's not a good deck to deal with Unholy because Paladin decks and Death Knight decks really struggle to look for purchase, especially for the Paladins.
You asked for it.
Now RIT, we're back.
Back on the mage for Northeastern here. So it's going to be mage versus mage.
Well, this is looking like another aggro mage to me at this point, so... Maybe it isn't Big Spell Mage. Although
the battle of who can stall better.
We're going to be here forever.
But we'll see where this goes right now. Oh, there is an Astalor in the starting hand, which is always fun to see. A little bit better overall for the other side now that he's been nerfed a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's still good.
He's still good. I'm glad that they didn't do too much because I feel like he's a bit more reasonable of a card than he was before, but he's still really dangerous to deal with.
All right.
Oh, and get
this is gonna
both
be
having Frozen Touch off the
gonna be a
back.
complete clown fiesta because both of them are just gonna be hitting face with a bunch of spells.
And the hero powers are already going to be upped for him, too, for Northeastern.
Basically have a slap fight between both of them.
Just get out, like, big sticky hands with fireballs on the end, and that's what they're doing right now. Just back and forth. With the occasional frozen spell in the mix to go, no, you don't get to win this turn.
I wonder.
Job's done.
Gonna play the Frost Weave. Maybe he can build up a board if he draws a Frost spell. Yep, he does.
And he does get an Arcane Bolt potentially. Just gonna want to up the Wildfire damage on for Fire Blast. That's now a really good 3 damage off your hero power at this early in the game is nice for just being able to clear low health minions. Dang, that's a really good start for him.
I mean, most of the board action is just going to be the skeletons and whatever chip damage they can find.
Me, tusks.
And he's going to reduce it. We're going to have skeletons all around. And some freezing as well.
Oh, man.
Okay, this is the
there
it's
it
our
is.
old friend here.
Our good old friend.
All right, let us start.
It begins truly now. And it looks like he has a couple options for taking stuff out right now.
You could also just place the Dawn Grasp down and just freeze everything.
If he really feels like it, yeah. He might want to wait longer, but, I mean, it is a mage deck, so it's not like he's going to be dealing with a ton of threatening.
So now both the Frozen Touches are all charged up in terms of the infuse, so that's going to give him added copies of them.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
He can actually copy the copies, so it can just be endless damage to face spells from here on out.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Here we go. This is the...
Yep, and there's Frozen Touch.
Yep. Who needs to play for the board at all? I mean, you know, this is the ultimate Migo face moment.
Oh my gosh.
This is another cheap spell with damage to face, sure.
And freezing 2 random enemies just for the added benefit there. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. He doesn't really need to freeze the board right now.
You know, see, if he's tracking how many spells are going to be in the other player's hand, then he's got to play the solid alibi.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be dealing with Frozen Touch right now, and Arcane Bolt. That's going to be really nasty, so if he wants to be able to get by here, Solid Alibi is going to want to be the play. And he does have the opportunity to take something out or just deal some damage with his Hero Power 2, unless he wants to wait on that. Do the Solid Alibi.
I'll get rid of the 1/2.
Huh.
All right.
Okay, well, well, this is going to be...
You know, sometimes less is more. Maybe that's just the mentality he seems to be in right now.
Cast 3 spells while holding it. Yep, there they are.
No.
And they're infused.
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh boy. Well,
Yeah, this has to
looking
be
at
the
this
solid,
hand.
solid alibi play.
looking at this hand. Oh, hey, look, it's our friend. It's Mordresh. He's hanging out there.
I want to hear your original question. Looking at this hand, what's the question?
Just whether or not he's going to... I mean, he's thinking about it with Solid Alibi.
Okay.
I was thinking about how much damage to face there is in that hand right now with Frozen Touch and Arcane Bolt.
There is exactly 15 damage to face.
Yep. So now it's 5, but I doubt Ego Waffles is actually going to use his spells on this. That would be a very bad time to do it. But, oh, and now more of them are infused. The never-ending cycle.
I mean, you could just chip away at his health because all of the Frozen Touches are infused at this point, so he'll get
That's
copies
true. It
of
doesn't
them
really
if he
matter.
plays them.
As long as he plays them, he's getting chip damage off. That's true.
A smidge of
Okay, he's gonna discover a spell. What's he gonna choose? Last time we saw the big brand. Oh, amulet. Yeah, you gotta do the ignite. Now, that goes in so well with this deck. I think it's just more face damage. No, it's Cone of Cold. So
Get some extra armor. Get some more of our favorite skeletons on the board. And remove the Solid Alibi. Oh, and now he gets to try and pick which one it was.
hey, misguesses. One with me. I was thinking for sure it was an ignite, but I guess the Cone of Cold is nice because it's another freeze, and he can use that to freeze the Mordesh. Not that it would matter, because he can just go face. Again, I love this gameplay where whatever you place on the board doesn't matter whatsoever in the slightest.
The wails
Oh,
of these caverns.
time to pull more. Nope. Does not get more freezing enemies, or I guess minions, for his board here.
I mean, you hate to see it. It's such a tragedy. The mage doesn't get to freeze for the
Aw.
7th time.
Draw 2 more cards. Oh, Cold Case and another Arcane Intellect. In case you didn't have enough cards, here's some more.
I mean, that's all the mage wants, is freezes and cards at this point.
Get rid of one of the skeletons.
Yep, that's game.
Yep, here it is.
Well played.
Well played all around. We used a bunch of cards that do damage from face. We are all proud of ourselves for what we have accomplished here today.
Wow. You know, this was one of those interesting, like, mirror matchups where it's just like, I don't know. It's just a very different style of mirror matchup without like the board actually mattering as much. It's so much more of a guessing game of like how much damage will I take next turn from cards. And in this case it was how many frozen touches I've lost count.
We've basically gone back to the United and Stormwind meta, widely regarded as the worst meta in Hearthstone's history in its entire 9-year history. But you know what? I'm all for dealing damage and phase. I don't know what I'm complaining about right now. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, so now we're finally going to see Pure Paladin come
Okay.
out. We know that. That's going to be the next one we're going to see for RIT here. He's got to pick he has Shaman, Warlock, and we know Aggro Mage. We're going to assume it's Evolve Shaman, because if it's anything else, I'm very concerned. But Warlock-wise, is the other Warlock still up, or is it mostly just Imp Warlock still? Because I know there was a different variation.
Curse Imp.
Yeah, Curse Imp.
Curse Imp is what you're thinking of. I mean, they both play kind of familiar, as that Curse Imp just has a lot more burn damage built into it. So, you know, it's not gonna be too much of a difference between the two, since they have basically the same opening.
Oh.
It looks like it's just vanilla Imp.
So Imp Warlock versus Pure Paladin.
Both of these have a whole lot on board, and especially with the Sanguine Soldier, having that Divine Shield, I think, is going to be such a crucial play.
Especially, well, I mean, yeah, when you're going up against a deck that's whole thing is just summoning as many imps as possible and then buffing them. Getting a Divine Shield is going to be really nice for getting rid of as many of those as quickly as possible.
That Bannerman is also really good.
That's a good card to have in your starting hand. Oh, the sooner you can start buffing your hand, the better with Paladin here.
That is just a beaut of a mulligan.
That is a really nice Paladin hand. Oh,
But we're not going to start out with the Paladin. We're going to start out with the Warlock instead. Standard opening with the Librarian.
and he does have an Imp Gang boss in the background right now.
And he's going to go out pedal to the metal at this point.
Yep. He wants to get started as fast as possible here because he does not want the Warlock to gain control of the board.
That's still going to be a tough proposition because he has this Wicked Shipment built in as well as the Flame Imp, so that's a pretty good opening for both.
The Librarian is at 4-1, though.
That's a really good draw.
If they want, they could use the Divine Shield to get rid of the Librarian or the Imp Gang boss, but...
Has the possibility of throwing down that Righteous Protector taunt.
I wonder.
The next turn. Yep. Draw a Holy Spell.
But we fight.
Yep. Get rid of Imp Gang boss.
Oh, No Fins is actually really good. He can trade into
Yep.
everything and actually technically buff his board. They're just going to turn into... Oh my goodness, they're such abominations, the Imp Murlocs. Little did we know we had a stealth Murloc deck here the whole time, because now it's all Murlocs.
Oh no. Not the Murlocs. I love their sound effects though, so every time I hear them played, it makes me happy.
You gotta love them. Best minion type in the whole game. Fight me.
We're gonna get another Imp Gang boss. Those things are always just annoying to deal with.
And I thought that this Warlock had run out of steam, but that draw on the Imp team is really good.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be really nice.
He's gonna actually put the defender back on.
Yeah. Oh.
Class action lawyer.
That's not a bad idea for getting rid of the Imp Gang boss eventually, because the less imps you let him summon, the better.
He'll tap first. He can get the library ready for the Rafam play next turn. He's actually going to use it right now because technically he can value trade with it.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Bannerman has buffed the hand. Ooh, made the taunt a lot.
Now you're cooking.
That taunt's a lot better now, too. And getting some nice 2/2s out for 1 mana is always going to be helpful.
Oh, no, when he's got card draw on top of it, too.
Oh.
Those are 2 incredible draws for the Warlock. The good news is for him, though, I was maybe getting a bit ahead of my skis at this point because Rafam is not charged up.
He does have to wait a little bit longer for that.
Going to draw 2 cards.
Get another Vial Library out.
Problem is, I don't know if he has time to wait for that. I mean, I guess he does. He can still trade in with that. Maybe that charges up Rafam for next turn. But we're getting very close to Countess territory for this Paladin.
Trade it away. Oh. Do it again.
Thank you for spending 1 mana.
All right, one more time.
Okay, that's really good.
All right, that's fair. Trade it back twice, get something, get your hero change.
True strength comes from the
It's going to draw a spell that costs 3 or less. It's going to be discounted to 0. That's really good.
Seal of Blood. Oh, 3/3 added and a Divine Shield. That's a very scary taunt enemy right there.
Oh, and the Avenge, too. He's going to make sure that detonates.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
so
that's
I think this might just be enough damage to win it entirely.
We're getting close, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, if the Warlock can't... Imp King Rafan is charged, but I don't know. Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
This is the play.
This will be the play, yep, to get rid of some of the board. The taunt's still there, but everything else is gone, which is going to be really helpful. There goes the secret, though, which is just going to make it a 10-9 now.
But thanks to the armor from that Tamsin, even
actually
without
live it.
the armor, yeah, it's not lethal.
Get some extra imps on the board.
Our story, tragic.
Okay, he has to play what he can, even though he doesn't have a holy spell to play on that.
Just get as much on the board as he can. Oh man, that taunt minion is just really nasty right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's an. No, he has the Vial Library on, so he can clear this taunt minion. I actually think that the Warlocks just barely might have it. This health is a bit worrying, though.
He's very low, but there's a chance right here. Summon the friendly imps back.
I think the buff is going to be just enough that he can take out the 10-9, just barely enough.
Ooh. And that leaves him with barely any health left.
He attacks with the 8/8, uses the Grimoire, and then clears out the remaining minion with the 3/3. Or he could just do Grimoire first. Either way, it still results in a clear board. Nicely played.
That was a very well played situation there for him if he didn't. Oh, and there's Light Ray.
One final taunt, but at this point, this Paladin is out of steam.
Ooh, and he has more card draw if he needs it. Let's see. And he has more summons, too. Oh, and a taunt. Yep.
He's going to draw one of the portals, so there's a free imp. Oh, and yep, that's lethal. That is just disgusting.
Oh, man.
That is one big board.
All right, let's see. 5, 6. Yep. Nope.
Yep, he's got lethal, I think.
That was a well-done
wow,
board.
My goodness. A concede from RIT here.
He saw that. Well, Northeastern is back then for a little bit.
He is.
Off of that. That was a very well-done comeback there.
The concede? Really?
Yeah.
At this point, we almost never see concedes in competitive. I mean, this is what he's stuck with, what he has to win with.
Yeah. As we can see, the thing that we brought up earlier was the Countess. We just didn't get to see that played yet, so we didn't get to see some of the randomness of the legendary invitations. But just looking at the board right now, it is impressive that Warlock was able to pull off a victory against Pure Paladin. It is one of the stronger decks currently overall.
It's still in the top tier of the classes, despite having a 47.9% win rate overall, which, if it shows anything about just how strong Shaman is right now, it's the fact that one of the upper tier classes still has a negative 47% win rate.
Which is insane to think about, yeah. But looking at the board, we now have to go, is it going to be Shaman or back to Aggro Mage? That is the question.
A Shaman should be the favored matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we get here. And it does look like Shaman, so we're going to go back to good old Shaman here. Up against still not a bad starting hand, actually, for either of them.
2 schoolings for Rockfire from Northeastern is scaring me a bit. It makes it really easy to cheat out that null. He's going to get rid of the class action lawyer.
Let's see, he gets rid of one of the schoolings and does get the null.
Oh,
no. Oh, we're going to be seeing, we might be seeing something a little bit more.
I would have kept the class action lawyer because it would get whatever he evolves into would turn into a 1/1.
Yeah, and here it is. Oh, 3 mana.
Oh, does he play the Katori?
With every step.
Discovers nope. Looking for his holy spells. Let's see.
Okay, equality is decent. I
would pick that one up just for, knowing that he's going up against Evolved Shaman. That would be the smart one to get there for whatever he ends up transforming. But let's see. He goes for. He did not go for that. Interesting. He went for Invigorating Sermon instead.
Also, shout out to Ego Waffles right now for bringing out the Blaine with his card back, the all-golden card back. You can only really get that by placing very well in a competitive rank. It's like a very exclusive card back, so kind of the equivalent of the golden weapons from
Overwatch, yeah.
You gotta respect someone who
has
the Blaine.
Yeah, those are really cool card backs, I will say.
That is a huge draw, the class action lawyer.
Ooh. Yeah, after throwing it out of a starting hand, getting that back. Ooh, 2 Divine Shields. And a 4/6. That's a good board so far. Small board, but good board.
Small board, good board.
That's what Warrior likes. That's why they're that's the board clear. Whenever it comes back and is allowed to board clear again. Small board, good board.
More bones to gnaw.
All right, we'll see what this evolves into.
Oh boy. It begins now.
The problem is that class action lawyer draw is just going to be able to deal with this.
Yep. Let's see. All right, we've got 1 Primordial Wave.
Oh, no. It evolved into itself. Oh, you hate to see it.
Wow. That is I don't think I've seen that happen before. But,
Oh,
you know...
that's happened to me lots of times. That's the rule. When you're playing it, the evolve always goes that way.
Yeah. And now, I mean, he does have another one, but, you know, I'm sure Ego Waffles is pretty happy that he didn't have to pull out the class action lawyer immediately there to counter.
Thing is, if he just wants to bring that null back to face, he might be able... No, he can't actually. No, he can't use the shadow guy. So I think it's just another evolve here.
Yep, all right, round 2.
That's a bit more like it.
There he is.
Problem is that the class action lawyer is still waiting.
Yep, he's ready and waiting.
She is ready to sue for the...
Your Goldshire Knoll should have stayed as a Goldshire Knoll.
He should have, yeah. But hey, you decided to install that asbestos in your workplace, and now the class action lawyer is back with a vengeance to make you pay. So
Oh my gosh.
that is Denathrius's oversight.
Now, and of course he gets the muck pools now too, so after he has to use 2 primordial waves. Bring out the swarmers. Does get the board clear. And get a taunt totem down. That's not too bad for just being able to stave off anything from his hand.
The shaman has 1 more board left. And maybe there's a good holy spell that Battle Vicar can discover in order to deal with it.
With every step, the light guides you.
Okay, we'll see what he discovers. He might be looking for some sort of card that he can pair with Katori.
Yeah.
I mean, Consecration is a good board clear, but it only really works if everyone is at low health.
Is he just going to go with the Katori play?
What does he play onto it? He'll do
Okay.
Invigorating Sermon.
Just to buff everything up a little bit.
I think the shaman's got it.
I think, yeah, right now the Paladin just doesn't have the oomph he really needs to push past this. Especially at 15 health, there's a 10 health difference here. Looking at this board right now, and he's got Glug in the background too.
But Prescience would also draw possibly a Thaddeus, Neptulon for him, and that's another great cheat. Since he's playing this particular version of Evolve Shaman, then I know he's probably gonna. He's just gonna go for the Glug, which I don't mind.
Swap it in with the
Bring
totem,
that in.
just get it out. It's more taunt, just more damage. Potential evolve if he really feels like it too, though he doesn't have to.
The Consecration would clear out all of Glug's tail. Okay, he's got to find the equality.
Where's equality?
Yeah, he's got it. I think.
No!
No!
Oh! Oh, equality would have been really big there.
It is a holy spell.
Yep, and he's gonna have to get rid of.
Yeah, but that makes.
He's gotta. I feel like he has to do Consecration here. Just.
But then he
doesn't-
loses the game from there because Glug.
Yeah. No, he's gonna do this board clear, and Glug is just going to. Let's see. He goes up to. Yeah.
He is going to be able to clear this board. He's still technically alive, hanging on by a
He's
thread.
very close. The problem is just Glug now. Oh, and there's Tiny Toys, but currently not the problem. Oh, he gets Goldshire again, and Neptulon. Though he's, unless the Paladin can get rid of those taunts and deal with Glug, he's not going to be there. We're not going to be around to see either of those really do anything in play here.
Even if he had managed to get the equality, the Shaman still has the Tiny Toys backup play, so he still has another board he could develop. At this point, yeah, it brings him down to just one left.
One health left. Tori doesn't have anything to play into. The Sinful Sous Chef is not helpful right now either.
Remember
Oh,
Well, that's a great
hi.
draw, but it's
with my presence.
Unfortunately, not enough mana.
that's about a day late and $1 short.
The Countess just keeps coming out late, or not at all. That's really been hampering this Paladin deck, is just not getting the bigger cards that they need at the right time.
Well, and part of that is also that they're not getting the order in the court to be able to order.
Actually swap it everything, yeah. Around.
So now, Northeastern has the possibility of the first reverse sweep we would see all this semester.
And what they have to use for it,
Is the mage, the aggro mage against
good
the
old
pure paladin.
freeze magic aggro mage.
That's interesting because Paladin does have dealing to kind of deal against all the damage that the mage has to put forward.
Yeah. We'll have to see just how this gets set up this time around. And if the Paladin is able to get their card that they need, Order in the Court, to be able to swap everything, because that's really been hampering them right now. So the big question just, well, whether or not that happens here. And it looks like, oh, well, we see a Wildfire in the starting hand, and we know how that goes.
I have to bring up the specific matchup between the two. Let's see. Against Aggro Mage, Pure Paladin is not favored. 48.6% win rate. So it's pretty even, but slight advantage to the Mage.
We'll have to see just how this... Well, oh! The Light Ray in main hand. It's a good card, but not until you can get enough Paladin cards played down here. And he's got a Wildfire and Arcane Worm. We know Wildfire will go out pretty quick, so that way he can just start upping his hero power damage as much as possible.
He'll get a Quel'Thos. That's great turn 4 play for him on Katori, assuming he does have another minion.
Arcane Worm coming out to get the Arcane Bolt as well.
See, it's 2/2. Or rather, 2 mana turn here. You have Katori, and you could throw him out, hope he sticks, because that would be a great play next turn. It is an all-in play, though, to be sure.
Yeah, there is some ways that the Mage can deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's cleared next turn.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, and Hero's been pulled out for later. Let's see.
I mean, this is quite easily cleared with the Arcane Bolt.
Yeah, he has enough damage. Let's see, Katori. Yeah, I don't think he's going to stick around enough.
Yep, that's the play I was thinking. You can also use the Wildfire just to get that hero power a bit more powerful.
It's always good to have.
Need a bit more spice over here.
All right, add some more cards to his hand there with the Death Rattle.
The light dims.
And get a taunt minion on board as well. Let's see.
Ooh, more freezes for the Mage.
Everyone's favorite sentence.
The Mage's favorite sentence, to be sure.
Oh, yeah. He has a Nightcloak Sanctum location to put down, just to prepare for whenever he wants to start freezing minions out. Looks like he's going to do that right now. No Silverhand recruits this turn.
No, Seal of Blood would be able to push a good amount of damage through. And it helps put Divine Shields on these minions, which sort of makes, you know, this hero power a bit less effective.
Yeah, this is why one of the things that makes this Paladin deck so just potent is just being able to put Divine Shield on things, giving them essentially 2 lives, similar to Reborn, is just very helpful. And the best part is they don't lose their buffs when the Divine Shield goes down.
But Divine Shields are also not really able to counter against freezing.
Unfortunately, no.
I can take him. Wait.
All right, Borster goes out.
Yep, get rid of that one. Alright, 2 board. 4/4 still hanging out. Silverhand recruits in his hand now, but... Let's see. We've got...
That's
Another
interesting,
for
playing that on the frozen minion.
Trying to buff it up maybe to keep it around for a little bit longer.
But it's so easily cleared is the one problem.
Oh, and it gets hit by the skeleton, not what he wants. And a Light Ray goes out for only 1 mana because it's been sitting there getting its cost reduced for so long. Multicaster.
I think Multicaster is just used for the card draw. Can help him reload. He can buy more time with the flurry.
Oh, and he got 2 Arcane Intellects for even more card draw needs. He's just gonna go for the get rid of the 7 attack power there.
Freeze the 5/5.
He does have a class action lawyer in the back, which is not bad. Not as good as before because this deck isn't as reliant on strong minions, but still good.
I do love the fact she has a briefcase, the class action lawyer.
Full armor, like Paladin, ready to go, just
I know,
carrying
you
the
gotta
briefcase
bring-
around. I do like that art. It's cool.
You dress for success is what they say.
My client is a Paladin, and therefore I will dress the part.
Problem is that these are all very nice, cool minions, granted, but they can't really do anything if they're all frozen. It's going to clear out that taunt. Clear out the 1/1. Bring it down to 2 minions so the flurry is guaranteed to hit both.
Which is always good. Yep. Oh, or Cold Case?
Well, remember, the flurry's 0 mana, so...
That's true. I always forget it's 0 mana. It feels like it shouldn't be, but it is. And now he's going to freeze 2 random minions, just stall that board out and get a bunch of dangerous skeletons out.
He's going to dredge a card.
Oh. Let's see what he pulled out there.
Dredge another.
Oh.
He's able to bring out the Liadrin, but the problem is I think that's too late.
Yeah. I think he grabbed the Bannerman instead?
Oh, this is a really good Reckless Apprentice.
That board clear is going to be very easy to accomplish right there.
I can take him.
Not only that, but I think he'll get a bit of chip damage off the skeletons as well, so bring him down to a lower health.
Yep, there goes 3 minions on the board, and 2 of them within very dangerous spots for those skeletons to be able to take out. Yeah. And a lot of damage to face, too.
More damage to face.
It's a really good turn for Northeastern there.
Yeah, there really isn't anything left that RIT can do.
Now it's just whether or not he wants to just get a little bit of, yep, extra damage off of hero power.
Really?
It's not too heavy.
Need a bit more spice over here.
And some well plays going out. And indeed a well play, I would have to say, because this is looking very much like a reverse sweep in the making.
Let's see. Oh, and we got our favorite spell right there, Frozen Touch, just hanging out in the back. Not really going to be necessary or crucial to this battle here, but Paladin's going to try and pull out some more cards to... Oh, there's Order in the Court.
Gets to place down a light ray. He'll have Countess next turn. And you can only hope and pray from there.
That is not the worst.
Oh, no, that doesn't.
Never mind. Oh, wow. Wow.
Total Yu-Gi-Oh moment right there.
You've activated my trap card.
He draws Exodia, and that's the end of the game right
gosh. Wow. You know, the fact that he came back like that, after getting destroyed in the first time they used the aggro mage like Mortish, it coming back there to just very easily board clear and just completely wipe out the team, like, enemy's health. Wow, that was not how I was expecting that to go, but, you know, sometimes you just get the most, like, a really crucial card, especially when you have so much mana like that, it's easy to throw around.
That means that Northeastern is going to advance farther in the bracket in this Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. We also see Carleton and Michigan, who we haven't seen. They went up against Illinois State, so we might be seeing more of Michigan later on as we move on in the proceedings. But for right now, we finished the round of 8. We're on to the semifinals, but we'll take a short break before we get to those semifinals. We'll be back with more of the Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge Spring Qualifiers right after this. He's going to restore 6 health. Oh, just got away with that.
Oh my gosh.
This is a whole...
Oh.
Okay.
He's being transformed, though.
Yeah, okay,
all right.
That's pretty good for the mage.
That's going to be very helpful for being...
That spent his whole mana. The thing is he going to have enough damage? Does he have the Mortish all charged up? I still don't think he does.
If only I had some warm soup.
But... That play, that is the well played, goes out.
Wow.
He's able to negate the board clear.
Wow. That is... Oh, that changes a lot for aggro mage here. Yep.
Now,
down to 3.
now that hero power is up to 5 damage, that isn't anything to sniff at.
Oh, and he gets to freeze him. Man, still able to stall this out a little bit longer. Wow. Oh, and he just got another one.
Even more. He's up to 6 damage on the hero
Oh my
power.
God.
That this flurry hits the 3 biggest minions.
Stay away.
Actually, he doesn't have to break because he's still got
Yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh.
We're going one more turn.
One more time. And the only thing he has in his hand is
An epsilon is a lot more than a... Yeah, there's your board gone.
He's like, I'm frustrated right now. No more board for you.
Oh!
No!
No! He gets to fire zero power at everybody!
Are you kidding? Honorable kill.
It needs to hit an epsilon. Oh! He didn't get it.
No! That, I will say.
Yeah, play both of them. just to let him know.
This is how long I've been waiting to do this.
I would have been furious. Round we used a bunch of cards that do damage from face. We are all proud of ourselves for what we have accomplished here today.
Wow. You know, this was one of those interesting, like, mirror matchups where it's just like, not the Murlocs. I love their sound effects though, so every time I hear them played, it makes me happy.
You gotta love them. Best minion type in the whole game. Fight me.
We're gonna get another Imp Gang boss. Those things are always just annoying to deal with.
And I thought that this Warlock run out of C8-8, uses the Grimoire, and then clears out the remaining minion with the 3-3. Or he could just do Grimoire first. Either way, it still results in a cleared board. Nicely played.
That was a very well played situation there for him. If he did.
That is just disgusting.
Oh man.
That is
yeah.
one big board.
Alright, let's see 5, 6. Yep. Nope.
Yep, he's got lethal, I think.
That is a well done
wow,
board.
My goodness, concede
So far. Small board, but good board.
Small board, good board.
That's what Warrior likes. That's why they're that's the board clear. Whenever it comes back and is allowed to board clear again, Warrior doesn't have anything to play into. The Sinful Sous Chef is not helpful right now either. Oh,
that's a great draw, but it's
unfortunately not enough mana.
That's about a day late and a dollar short.
Oh, there's order in the court.
Gets to place down a light ray. He'll have Countess next turn. And you can only hope and pray from there.
That is not the worst.
Oh, no, that doesn't.
Never mind. Oh, wow.
Welcome back to today's coverage of the NACE Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. It's the second qualifiers of the Spring 2023 season. We have advanced past the round of 8, moving on to the semifinals. For those lucky players who have managed to make it this far, I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris, calling all of the action for you today. We just saw a very exciting kind of finale to our round of 8, where the first reverse sweep of the season was accomplished by Northeastern, so they're going to be able to go on to the semifinal. We haven't seen Michigan, so they're kind of the only wild card, and if there's any decks that you want to see still that haven't been brought yet in the wild card, what are you most hoping for?
You know, I do think it would be interesting to see... I think it would be very interesting to see a different... we saw a Hunter deck in the waiting, but we didn't actually get to see it play, and personally I'm a fan of Hunter decks. I know they're struggling a little bit, but considering we've seen Shaman has been getting either blocked or just completely played by both sides, it might get the chance to shine a little bit, as we can see, Beast Hunter,
this
currently
is the one
the big
I would want
one.
to see.
This is the one I'd like to see too, especially because it actually does... It does struggle against Evolve Shaman, so if someone brings it, they're going to be blocking it. But this one's a lot of fun because it's all based on getting your big cards out really quick and trying to stack up other cards as well. I mean, we've got Beastmaster Tavish in the background. He's always good with the secrets for board clear against certain guys, as well as... I'm trying to look for where it is, but just getting your Hydrolodon out too is so huge. That Colossal is insane, as long as you let him get him set up properly. And of course we have the the dredging mechanic in that deck as well.
So, Northeastern, as we saw in that last match, went up against RIT in their semifinal. So we're actually going to take a look at the other semifinal, Carleton versus Michigan. I almost said magician there. I have seen too many mages out on the field already.
We did see, I think mage was played, 2 or 3 times in our last match, quite a bit. So we saw it a lot. So it's going to be really interesting to deal with that. But we'll have to see what they end up bringing next time. Well, I guess these 2 new players will bring.
So we were talking just about kind of the latest updates to the game, everything that was brought out in the new mini set that has released. And there have been some interesting stuff that has been brought. Unfortunately, we haven't really gotten a whole lot to see yet.
That's true. The mini deck has been pretty hidden so far. We haven't seen any of the big ones, especially off of Goldshire. I think we were both expecting to see the big play through that, but it just didn't come through.
So here is the true thing, is that some of these colleges love to run multiple players in the tournaments, and I think Northeastern is definitely one of those colleges. We'll kind of have a mirror match of 2 Northeastern, so we know a Northeastern player is going to be making it to the next round, the grand finals. We just don't know which. But here's kind of the more interesting match we were talking about. Carleton versus Michigan. That's Super Chicken versus Wild Rose. And back to standards and decency and just automatically banning the Shaman, I can see.
Not doing that. But it looks like, we know what we're going to be seeing from Super Chicken. We saw that pretty nasty pre-stack when he was able to get it stacked up and get his Radiant Elementals ready to go. The spells combos were insane. Same Warlock and Death Knight as well. But it looks like for Michigan, we're going to be seeing kind of something similar to what we saw earlier with a Warlock, a Mage, and a Death Knight. I assume it's Unholy Death Knight, because that one's been on the rise.
Most likely, yeah.
We do have the difference, it could be aggro mage or it could be big spell mage. We don't fully know yet. And same thing, could most likely imp warlock, if I had to guess, from just previous trends so far in this tournament. But we'll have to see going forward.
It's the one last chance we have to see a big spell mage, but most likely, yeah, you're right. Most likely that Death Knight is an Unholy Death Knight. We know for certain that it's an Unholy Death Knight from Carleton, since that's what we saw from them earlier. And Unholy Death Knight has really been kind of a deck that has gotten, along with all Death Knight decks, a really good boost from the recent expansion and the location that has come out, especially since that's involved kind of a lot of egg play. Synergies.
I love when cards like that come out and become important, because then it just makes the funniest sentences, like you saying egg play. The egg play. It's wonderful. Oh, and we're going to get a mirror matchup with Unholy Death Knight here. Look at that. Ooh. And they're both going to get the location right off the bat. Unless one of them decides to throw it away in the mulligan, which I doubt.
This is great. Also seeing Wild Rose, the player cam, be brought out, representing Michigan well. And this is going to be a match to watch because both of these are very board-based decks. I mean, last time we saw two Unholy, we saw that in the first matchup of the day, actually.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, one of the decks didn't have their setup as quick as the other one, so it was a lot harder for them to handle, but both sides are going to be... Well, right now, Michigan does have a nice setup with the Necromancer. They've got another taunt in the background, and they have the location. But we'll have to see here, because he does have his location, so if he, for Carlton, so if he's able to get a good card, like Hawk Rider's going to be helpful if he can get something to back it up.
If everything goes wrong for Michigan, I know that sounds horrible, but I'm saying, you know, let's say Carlton manages to build up a pretty sizable board. He still has that Bright Fang as kind of a bailout, because that'll just swing the board right back. You give all of their minions the bad death rattle. You're able to summon a bunch of taunts to your side of the field. Right now he's trying to decide whether he wants to go for the Peasant or whether he wants to go for the Necromancer.
He's thinking about it a little bit. Necromancer is always good to start, especially because the Peasant isn't always great to set up until you have a way to protect it, unless you want to use him as kind of bait, which looks like it might be the play here.
Which it would be a pretty good bait play too, because it would mean he wouldn't be able to use the Construct Quarter. If he hero powers also, that means he takes out the Peasant, but it delays the Hawk Rider play by one turn.
Which is going to be very big for Michigan here.
So now that he has a corpse, that means that this Necromancer play makes a lot more sense. I think he does that knowing that it's going to bring up a taunt. He can maybe buff up the 2-1 if he wants to get really greedy about the damage. Although he might give it, and he could give it to the Necromancer too, but that's
actually
a bit of
you can't give it to the Necromancer. It's
oh,
not
right,
classified
He's
as
not
undead.
An undead.
I made this mistake yesterday. I remember it vividly. You can't give the Necromancer the buff. I messed that up and I lost my game because I totally forgot.
Well, I'm sorry you lost your game, but I'm glad you were able to give us a refresher course. Everything has a purpose.
No, I vividly remember that one, but he could... Yeah, he's going to bring out the Construct Quarters. That makes sense.
This isn't bad at all, either.
Get a rush minion and take out the Body Bagger there, which gives him another corpse to work with when he wants to put the Necromancer out.
But I suppose one 4-5 deserves another. That's going to be actually a really good value trade proposition.
Giving Carlton a little bit of more room. Oh, but there's the egg that we've been talking about a little bit, so this will be an interesting
I think he just uses the hero power to guarantee the trade.
Yeah, use the hero power. He can set up the egg later now that he has the taunt to ensure that it will survive if he doesn't have the ability to start the next play with the location immediately.
He's pondering whether he wants to leave the 4-1 up or spend the hero power on it. Because the Necromancer does bring out... a taunt. So he was kind of pondering whether he wanted to let that be the trade, but now he can see with this Plague Strike here, it was indeed the right play.
Yeah. Now the question is just whether or not... Yeah, getting the taunt and having him sitting there is really good for this right now. Good charge. Is he going? Oh, he's going to use Construct Quarters on it? Makes sense. Be able to get the rush in there. Get rid of that taunt minion.
But now you've got this, the great egg turn that's being brought out that I was talking about earlier.
It's just sitting there waiting, his little beak poking out of the shell like, is it time? Do I get to do my thing?
Could do that, also play the Nerubian Swarmer and just bring out a whole bunch of taunts.
Especially because with the Plague Strike now, the Necromancer is within KO range, so he could get rid of that taunt viability soon if he feels like it. But getting the egg out is going to be pretty big. There it is. Yep. And bring out more taunts.
Nerubian Vizier could lead to some very interesting shenanigans because it will discount the spell by 2. So it depends on what he finds. So he could play, theoretically, up to a 5-cost spell that Death Knight can get. The one that would clear the board would be one from a Blood DK, actually. You spend a corpse to do 1 damage and then repeat as long as there's a minion left on the field. He's not going to get that. Army of the Dead is also pretty good.
Army of the Dead is a very good spell. Just getting 2/2 with Rush for up to 5 corpses, that's a potential like 10 damage that you can just spread across the board, which is super nice. And it's discounted too, which makes it even better for him. Get rid of the Battlefield Necromancer.
The one thing that's a bummer for him, though, is that they don't trade efficiently into the 1/3s.
No. But he is going to be able to get rid of them pretty effectively here.
Oh,
another Vizier.
It's time for the other player to play the Discover game. This also wouldn't be the worst Blightfang turn, either. That's 3 minions that get placed with a summon 2 to your side, so that'll help keep these 4/5s with Rush at bay for the time being. But everything, he's just doing his due diligence, just trying to check all the plays and counter plays in his mind.
Yeah, you want to make sure that, although a play might be good, it's always smart to consider your other options in case there's something that might be good, especially considering the other cards that your opponent might have in their hand.
Again, like I said earlier, in case something goes horribly wrong.
Right? But he is going to go with the Blightfang and give them the Death Rattle and go for that trade immediately, bringing up the taunt. And bringing out the Peasant to start bringing out more cards for himself. Get rid of another one, just, bring more taunts onto the field here.
This Army of the Dead is pretty good at clearing out these 2/2s, however.
Yeah, that would definitely be, let's see. He has room to play both the School Teacher and the Army of the Dead, depending on how he wants to handle this.
But also, if he does that, he's not going to be able to play the spell he discovers immediately.
Rise and serve your king.
All the taunts should soak that up, however. He's only going to have 1 attack go past him. He's going to turn another one. That's pretty huge for him.
That's a very strong card to have right now. Get rid of the Peasant too with his hero power.
Okay, some opportunities here. Let's see what he gets with Vizier. Ooh, the Scourge. Oh, I mean, that takes back the board, but it's a whole turn. He's got to wait to use it. This is a difficult decision, but the Scourge can be so powerful, I think he's got to take it.
That's just compared to the other 2 options he had, too, it was the more viable right now.
Plus, he's still got a location charge, so he can use that to help clear this board out for his Scourge turn next turn.
Yeah, let's see. Looking at what he's got options-wise. He's Probably okay to save the cards in his hand right now. Just wait for that. He wants to focus on clearing the board a bit.
Yeah, but I don't think he wants to float that much mana. He doesn't want to float 4 mana. So he's going to go for this play. He wants to save the school teacher for a turn he can use it.
Yep, get another rush and just remove the location, but get another 4 for 3 with rush, almost clearing the board out for his opponent. Who I wouldn't be surprised if he used one of his locations, well, used up a location to get another 4 3 soon. Oh,
I mean, drawing 2 locations is super tough to go up against.
yeah. Oh, and he's going to bring up his taunt with the Hawk Strider, which is going to be really nice for those taunt minions now, going into the Scourge too.
If he wants to be super efficient about this, he'll clear everything he can out first. Then use Scourge.
Yep, here we
What's
go.
he gonna get?
I love that animation.
It is very cool. he's gotten himself an alternate win condition now with the 6/6. Hey, we got 2 player cams. I like
Oh,
it.
hey, look, he's from the mini set though. We get to see that
Yes,
a little
I know.
bit.
It's the alternate win condition card.
Oh, we love his. Honestly, it's a really interesting card. I think it would be fun to see more play with it.
I don't think the actual win condition is gonna
Actually, proc.
trigger,
Yeah.
but
You never know. I mean, I doubt it just because looking at Carlton's hand right now, he doesn't really have a lot to stall it out in a way where that would get procced, but we'll have to see here.
for those of you that don't know, that 6/6 is going to shuffle 3 other horsemen into your deck. And if you manage to play all 3 of them and the 4th one dies, your enemy is destroyed automatically.
Yep, doesn't matter how much health they have, they're just gone. 68
Okay, that
is going to take it out.
be the case, so there go the horse.
Yep, and they all go into the deck to be summoned later on.
But he could still get a great play off of the Vizier at this point. He's
Yep.
looking for a good... Howling Blast isn't bad.
Getting the extra damage on everything isn't... Yeah, that'll be helpful. Horn of Winter is not as huge right now, neither is Blood Tap. So getting Howling Blast, especially at 1 mana, is really nice here. He does have room to play School Teacher if he wants to try and go for something through that as well.
He could get additional clear from that.
And he'll have 2 mana left, so he'll be able to cast multiple spells.
I like the Transform Undead. You know, that gives you a really big body on board. I think he still has 1 Undead left on the field, if I'm not mistaken. Could also, if he wants to play the control game, go for Vampiric Blood. Getting some card draw now wouldn't hurt at all.
Yeah, he has plenty of... Yep, he has plenty of health, so getting a little health boost and 2 extra cards is really nice for him. Yeah, no, sorry, 10 extra health. Yeah, that's right, he's up to 40 now.
He can get rid of the Hawk Strider.
Which is going to be very important now, because that has been a pain to deal with, just all of that. But now the board is back in his favor a little bit more than it was earlier.
So there's going to be...
but he's got another one. I mean, it's not really a great card right now, just because he doesn't have a lot to play with it, but he does have another one in the waiting for Carlton. I doubt it's going to really go through just yet, though.
Now there is 1 card that can bail Super Chicken out. I think you know what that card is. The most expensive card in Unholy DK.
Oh yeah, good old Lord Marrowgar. With both of these corpse totals at the top right, like just the amount of corpses they both have, this could be very dangerous if either of them end up getting it.
Every one of your corpses gets summoned as an undead with Rush. And for each corpse that won't fit on the field, it'll buff one of those undead by 2/2.
Yeah, so you can, by the end of it, you'll end up having something like 12-12, a 24-24, 17-17, and then there's just nothing the other person can do about it.
It is the win card to draw.
Yeah.
It's time to channel your inner Yugi and draw the one card that can win the deck for you. Win the match, excuse me.
Let's see, gonna go in for... Looking for his trades right now.
I think he just gets rid of the 1-1. Well, he could buff it and go into the 2-3 actually too. I don't mind that play. Yeah, that's a better trade.
Getting rid of him.
Nope, but he's gonna get perhaps an opportunity to draw the card he needs
Now more than ever.
with a peasant.
I doubt that's going to stay on the field long enough, but we'll see.
This is beautiful. Both players are now down to drawing top decking.
Yep.
He's going to gain a corpse. That is not a very inspiring card, but it is an extra body on board.
And it does mean that if Lord Marogar is around, it's just that much more unfortunate. But they're staying even in corpse totals for the most part right now. I guess it wouldn't be a mirror matchup if they didn't stay consistent for the most part here.
One Marogar top deck wins it for Super Chicken. And I don't know if he wants to necessarily keep that time bomb ticking. That's why he's going face with these minions instead.
Yeah, just hoping to get as much damage off as possible in case. Looking for his opportunity here.
Nope,
Oh.
still not.
No, the egg play is coming out a little bit too late for Super Chicken. The birds are on theme for his username, though.
Yes,
Gamer
it's true.
tag.
I do very much appreciate that, but oh man.
Oh, no.
Okay, he gets one last chance. One last chance to draw it.
This is his last opportunity here. You can tell both players are very stressed. They really want that card right now.
Nope.
Oh! Well then.
And
Yep.
I do have to. Oh, Rose breathes a huge sigh of relief. Although,
Knowing that that wasn't the dreaded card there at the end.
but you know, in a matchup that has so many strategic trades as that, I kind of wanted Wild Rose to end. You know, when you play all game, you don't want the one card that can beat you.
Yeah.
Drop top decked.
And that was definitely just like a waiting game there where we were not getting lucky with those card draws. So it was just going to be very stressful for a while until Wild Rose was able to just bring his opponent down all the way. And it looks like we're going to be going into the next
another
one.
aggro mage, and this is that the Guardian is pretty good to draw for the spell damage. It doesn't kick in immediately, but it's such a huge win condition that, yeah, you're still going to keep it.
Yeah.
I also have to hand it to Wild Rose. I think that was a very skillful win, especially considering that Super Chicken had both his locations.
That was really dangerous for a while. Especially such a potent location that gives you a 4-5 rush, and being able to do that twice per round if need be was very dangerous. But, ooh, he's already going to get Battlefield Necromancer on the field. And he has another one waiting in the back against this mage
The
here.
ways of these caverns chill me.
But he does manage to summon a pretty impressive board for himself. So he's keeping pace with this Unholy Death Knight for the time being.
Yeah, both of them have a lot of variety with what they can do, especially with the Frozens. That'll be really nice going up against this taunt enemy here.
He's not even going to trade into the 1-3.
They need our care.
Oh, wait.
Now
He's going to
more
throw the
than
Rancher down.
That's going to be nasty to deal with. And he has a lot of taunt options in the back. Though his opponent does have Frozen Touch. Looking for the infusion, which is infused now, so we're in that dangerous zone once again.
He's also got the location. And the skeletons are pretty good in this matchup. Considering that 2 damage goes to a random target, that can really help whittle down those wide boards that Unholy Death Knight loves to build up.
Yeah, especially because at the beginning of those board setups, most of the time they don't have a lot of health on most of the minions. Like we can see here, it's a lot of, like, the highest health minion is the 2/5 Hawkstrider, but for the most part, until we get into later game higher mana costs, it's not going to be that dangerous. So having the skeletons around are really nice.
He also has the option to maybe discover a spell off the Prismatic. He could use the Frozen Touch, because now that that's infused, it'll give him another copy.
Time runs out on me.
Just thinking... He has a lot of options right now. Oh, gonna go for the Necromancer. Removing that taunt is always good from the field. Now gonna be reducing Frozen Touch too, so next time when he wants to play that, it'll be a lot easier to combo with.
That board is a lot harder to deal with. Now that
that's going to be scary if he can set up Frozen Touch right. Blood Mage Thalnos having that around.
Let's see what spell he discovers. Cast 8 random druid spells. I need this much randomness in my life right now. I mean, yes, it's going to be... Oh, okay. Well, this still is another discover.
Ice Barrier is always nice.
Yeah.
After you spend 5 mana. Celestial Inkset.
I don't really see the... he's not running big spells, so...
Yeah. I feel like Ice Barrier is probably the better one, just for being able to get some armor up. Because he doesn't have any mechs for the Click Clocker to really be helpful.
Time runs out on me.
He's trying to think of how he can most efficiently trade into all of this. Just gonna throw the Blood Mage down as a body, but I don't like this play. Especially if Super Chicken finds a way to buff up this board, I think that we'll probably be getting into territory where a solid alibi is what's gonna bail Wild Rose out.
Which unfortunately for him, he has not found that yet. That board is doing really good now, especially with the next taunt minion up. Getting some extra damage off, yeah. That is a very dangerous board to be contending with right now.
There's nothing that can just freeze it outright. He'd need his Dawn Grasp for that.
The most he can do is either try to clear some, or he could try gaining some armor to just deal with these next attacks, but it's not enough to do a huge dent in it.
I can see that you want to try to get the 2 spell damage rolling. Hope that that's enough of a threat that they just attack into it. There's Marrowgar.
Oh! Making an appearance finally. We'll have to see if we get near the same levels of corpses as last time to see his full majesty in action, but for now, he's just gonna sit there waiting.
Though this isn't the worst outcome for Wild Rose, because he was able to kind of keep a lot of damage at bay for that turn. Alright, he gets Iron Deep, which now has the 2 spell damage. But he doesn't really have any spell that can go wide on the board and clear this. He's just going to have to go for the armor play.
Just get a little bit extra cushion here. Yep.
He tries to play that. Yeah, that's huge because now he can play the Vizier. Possibly buff this.
Let's see. Oh, he gets Frost Strike.
Discovering a Frost spell is not that bad in this circumstance.
Armor's all gone now.
And that's not the card he wanted to draw.
Wow, he does not really have a lot of options here.
I don't really think that's enough. Especially if there's a damage spell discovered off of this Frost Strike, that could be enough to give him lethal. Because he's already kind of knocking at the door of lethal at this point.
We're very close at this point. It's within, I think, like 3 or 4 health points here for Wild Rose. Use the Frozen Touch to get rid of one of them, get it back.
Time runs out on me.
Just try to get as much damage off the board here as possible. We'll see what the Frost Strike is going to bring up, though.
He gets it for 0 mana, so if he discovers, like, say, a Frostworm's Fury here, he could also use that.
That's true.
Remorseless Winter, that's not bad. Strictly better Consecration at this point.
Just gonna go ahead and play that. We're getting very close.
I think that is.
I think that might be, yep, wait. Let's see, yep. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
no, it is lethal.
Nicely played by Carlton. Super Chicken finds his first win.
Yeah, bringing it 1-1 with both Death Knights out of the way now.
So now we can really buckle up here and hunker down because we've got ourselves a good match on point.
Yeah, let's see. We've still got Mage left, I believe, for both sides, if I remember correctly. Both of them had Mage. And I know one of them had both. Actually, I know they both have Warlock. I remember seeing both of them have Warlock. Carlton used Imp Warlock. So we'll see where that goes.
Well, it sounds like we're already getting into the next match.
Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, that's right. Priest, that's what he had. It wasn't... He wasn't Mage, he has Priest. So it's going to be Mage versus Priest. We're not seeing that very scary and dangerous Radiant Elemental in that first hand, so we're going to get the full mulligan here.
He's hard mulliganing for it. Doesn't find it, but he can probably draw it off the switcheroo.
Me tusks won't stop shattering.
What you're mainly hoping for kind of right now is that maybe you find enough damage in your hand to just get rid of the Radiant Elemental. I don't think you choose Ice Blood here.
You sure? That seems like a great card right now. Turn 2.
I think it's the Shadow Word Devour, to be honest.
Yeah, steal 1 health from all other minions is always really good. Just slow chip damage. Resurrecting a minion is not always bad either, though.
Yeah, but the question is, what Death Rattle minion does he resurrect?
That's true. It is a mage.
He does have the one that gives him 2 Arcane Bolts, but that is such a long-term greedy play that... And a heal being brought out.
Bring him back up a little bit. Let's see. Cold Case got reduced. So did the Amulet.
Cold Case is really good to play here. I like that.
Yeah, just get those skeletons. Well, not the skeletons, the elementals. No, wait, no, yeah, skeletons. She played the elementals instead.
Still not finding the Radiant Elemental, though. Oh, and he still doesn't get it. I love it. I mean, he doesn't like it. You can see,
You're not complaining, though.
The lips purse in frustration, but, you know, I'm not going to.
You don't want to have flashbacks to...
I don't want to see a game of solitaire. I really don't.
Oh, yeah. So far, right now, it is... Cold Case wouldn't be bad just to have out for preparation for damage here.
The one problem is that, you know, Iron Deep in, you know, his theory is great against this priest deck because there's so many spells in it. The problem is he has such a huge board that it's quite a diminishing return.
It's not going to be worth it, especially because he also drew a lot of more minion-based stuff right now, too. He's going to be waiting on some of that, but I'm just going to trade it. Yep. See what he gets.
Hasn't found that Death Rattle minion yet, but is going to get more skeletons. Just try to push as much damage as he can before the priest can get his pop-off turn. And he's going to silence.
Doesn't want to deal with the extra damage from the skeletons there.
And it's drawing more cards because he really wants to find a Radiant Elemental. No.
Oh, there it is.
No, I'm nervous.
All right.
Oh.
One of two. He now has some stuff to work with here. He has a lot of cards to work with, though. He's going to start losing cards if he's not careful. He could lose his next Radiant Elemental if he doesn't watch his hand size here.
Well, he's got the res as well. There's the Arc Splitter, so that Death Rattle card could come into play now that he actually has a Death Rattle minion to use. It's a super long-term greedy play, but it might work out for him. Now let's see what he discovers. Your spells this turn are poisonous is actually interesting.
He does have some variety
I
for
would
that.
use that because think about it. You know, Boon Priest is all about summoning, you know, these minions with huge stats.
So getting a poisonous minion or like poisonous spell off would be incredible. That's true. Yep. All right, there goes one. Here it begins now. Radiant Elemental. Yep. All right. First round of buffing. You can tell Wild Rose is waiting to see where this goes.
Yeah, he knows where it's going.
Oh yeah, he's just hoping it's not.
Oh no, the priest stole the spells this turn are poisonous.
Oh no. That's going to be interesting to deal with as well, but he's mostly just going to be focused on buffing this elemental here to a point where he's not going to be... Yep. Another Fortitude.
He's going to resurrect the 3-2. And then refill his mana completely with... I told you! we're seeing a game of solitaire right now.
Let's see. All right, what's next?
Boon.
Oh.
Problem is, if the spells have poisonous, then he could just attack with the Arc Splitter.
Yeah. The Arc Splitter will be able to get rid of it. He is going to be able to taunt, though.
That's it. I think that's lethal.
Yeah, let's see.
Yep, you use the spells this turn, have poisonous, and then just go face.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's going to be able to get rid of this taunt right here.
Very well played.
You have best.
And now...
Oh! Wow! He concedes on top of that.
So now, 2-1 in Michigan's favor here. We've gotten rid of the mage. We won't be seeing that. We will, depending on how this goes, Carlton will have to bring back the priest at least one more time to win this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see if they choose to bring it back immediately or switch it up a little bit.
That means that it's Warlock that's left.
Ooh. We don't know which Warlock Michigan is using.
You know, Curse Imp Warlock might be a little bit better because you can just kind of go under the priest and get... But
it does look like Imp.
It's strictly Imp Warlock.
It's just Imp, so not going to be able to deal with that. And the Priest is going to be back for round 2.
Just what I wanted.
Once again, going to be looking for that card. He did not get it, though.
This is strictly the board-based Imp Warlock, so his best hope is to build up such a scary board before the Priest can get his combo
And he
turn.
has his Rafam there ready to start infusing, so that's going to be rough to deal with over time. And Imp Gang Boss, too. That's not a bad setup. With no Fins Imp there and some mischievous Imps in the backlog. That's a good hand for him to be working around this to try and get his board built up.
But he's drawn his Radiant Elemental.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now we need to...
Shard is actually pretty good, but he's probably going to play the Radiant so he can get that in the res pool.
Summon the Imps, bring them out.
Oh, no!
Oh!
This isn't going to be pretty.
Yikes, okay. Let's see. He took one of... Oh, no, he took 2 of those cards from the Imp Warlock's hand, so he's going to have some other variety, too, if he feels like it. Which is just horrible, because if he gets the Radiant Elementals out, he's going to be able to discount those, too.
Every spell discounted by 2.
He's getting some good damage off, though.
Boon Priest, though, is one of those decks that you won't see it anywhere on a meta report because a lot of people can't pilot it correctly in order to make it really effective. It's a deck that's really only seen at sort of high legend. That's a great trade. I like that.
Why do you go?
He's going to dredge, see what he draws. All right, it starts. Draws 3 more cards.
Oh, and ooh, now he has the ability to silence. And
That's
get rid of all those death rattles. Oh.
Now, Vile Library is going to be able to push out a lot of damage.
If you can get it set up, yeah. The death rattle loss is going to hurt a little bit here, though.
But I think unless he finds lethal this turn, the Priest is going to combo next turn, and it's probably going to be over.
Let's see. Well, yeah, he has a couple really nice cards for that combo already set up there, so he needs to figure out how he can set this up before it's too late.
It's a tough situation.
Yeah.
Sure.
The library is definitely going to be good just for trying to get one of the imps up as strong as possible here. And then go for as much damage as you can.
Let's see, you can push 13 damage to face if they all went face.
He's trying to get rid of some of them first.
Well, and he'll also get the infuse going on Rafam.
Which is what he's probably going for right now. It's one of his last
And he's able to
attempts
cheat
here,
out Murlocula, too.
which is also really good for just getting some extra damage on the board and some lifesteal if possible. But we do see, yep, Radiant Elementals are ready to go here.
But he doesn't have Boon in his hand is the one problem, so he can't summon the taunt off of it. So he can make as big a Radiant Elemental as he wants, but if it doesn't have taunt and can't rush into the minions, then it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, that is his one
You have
problem point.
Oh!
Interesting. Okay.
Yep, there's nothing he could do there during that turn. And you know what? I appreciate it, sparing us the 10-minute turn of Priest. You know, it really is APM Priest when you really think about it, because you're just playing as many cards as you can per turn. But that's going to be a win for Michigan, and I would say that was a well-won victory, especially because of that great mirror match we saw at the beginning. I think that was
very well done,
masterfully played by Michigan.
Yeah, that was they both had to play really strategic because they got good cards, but they weren't quite where they needed to be. So it was a lot of just looking at every single trade for the most part, especially with Carleton getting both of those locations. They had to be very careful with how they played that, and so it was very well done. And Michigan's going to be going on to the next fight to maybe show us another interesting mirror matchup, because I know there's another Unholy Death Knight somewhere in there.
Well, they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, so best for Michigan. We're kind of rapidly approaching the end, but we will take a break, be back with more Hearthstone action, see who joins Michigan in the grand finals after this. He's going to turn another one. That's pretty huge for him.
It's a very strong card to have right now. Get rid of the Peasant too with his hero power. This is his last opportunity here. You can tell both players are very stressed. They really want that card right now.
Nope.
Oh. Well then.
And I do have to.
Unfortunately for him, he has not found that yet. But board is doing really good now, especially with the next taunt minion up. Getting some extra damage off. Yeah. That is a very dangerous. We're getting very.
I think that is.
I think that might be. Yep. Wait. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
No, it is lethal.
Nicely played by Carleton. Super Chicken finds his first win.
Yeah, bringing it 1-1 with both Death Knights out of the way now. Yeah. Let's see.
Yep. You use the spells this turn, have poisonous, and then just go face.
Yep, he's going to be able to get rid of this taunt right here.
Very well played.
You have better.
And now...
Oh! Wow! He concedes on... Have Boon in his hand is the one problem, so he can't summon the taunt off of it. So he can make as big a Radiant Elemental as he wants, but if it doesn't have taunt and can't rush into the minions, then it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, that is his one...
You have better.
problem point.
Oh!
Interesting. Okay.
Welcome back to the NACE Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge Spring Qualifiers. We are down to the semifinals. One team, Michigan, has made it on to the grand finals. Now we'll see who will join them. My name's Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris, calling all the action for you today. And we know that it's going to be a player from Northeastern. Because
it's just which one.
It's just which one. And I believe we are in for probably the most exciting match we have ever seen here in broadcast history. Because can you tell us why?
Well, you see, as we have been informed by production, we've got a very exciting list of characters, also known as Evolve Shaman and Evolve Shaman, Big Spell Mage, and finally, Imp Warlock versus Imp Warlock. So, we're going to be, depending on how they pick their cards, we could be in a bunch of mirror matchups, especially because their decks, we've been told, also look completely the same.
I mean, don't you just love variety here? Look at this. This is
and
a
they
beautiful
both ban
one.
Death Knight, too.
And both of them have the word rock in their name. I just noticed here.
How close could we get? That's the question.
Our production member was angrily asking us why we haven't seen Warrior at all today. Can we bring up the class matchups graphic again, please? Because I think we need a reminder of why we're not seeing any Warrior right now. Yeah, thank you. That's the reason.
No Warriors, no Demon Hunters. Well, one Demon Hunter, no Rogues.
No Druids either.
You know, we did see a lot of Druid last time in the tournament because Ramp Druid was very, very good still at that point, and it was coming off of a Nubercon quite often, but now it's been knocked down quite a bit just because of, once again, Evolve Shaman's just supremacy on this meta right now here.
Now it's Warrior tier, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. I felt really bad whenever I looked at the statistics. I'm like, so where are we at? I'd like look down at the classes and I'm like, oh, you're next to Warrior. I'm sorry.
It's glad to see that those 5 cards, remember they buffed 5 cards for Warriors, the most of any of the classes, and it didn't do zip diddly squat.
In fact, I think it got worse just because Evolve Shaman got better.
Mm-hmm.
So where we're sitting right now, we have a very interesting mirror matchup situation we're going to be looking at, but we're going to be seeing Big Spell Mage for the first time today.
Hopefully. It could also be aggro. That might just be us coping at this point because we might just see more.
We just really want to see it. I like when Rune of the Archmage comes off because it's always really interesting to see how it can change up the flow of play just by bringing up a bunch of random cards for a certain amount of mana. You're hoping for a lot of variety in it, or just a lot of the same thing to just really destroy either the board or your enemy with it.
Here's the thing, though. We've already seen one player from Northeastern, and they were running Aggro Mage. So by process of elimination,
all we've seen today has been Aggro Mage.
I will say, the buff to the taunt draw card from Warrior, they've moved it to 1 mana. It still isn't good.
Which
it
is
seen
funny
any play
because they've just been slowly bringing it down. It's like, nope. Nice. No one cares yet.
Nope. Well, here are the new card releases, and I mean, what we're most going to be seeing is probably Thaddeus brought into play because he's the main one that Shamans want to bring out. I'm sad that we haven't seen any mistakes today.
I love Mistake. It's just so funny when he randomly pops up in your deck. And it looks like we can look at, some more. Once again, we brought this up earlier. Terror Reality is in the Mage pool right now. It's not as big, but if we look at some of the others, I just love Hunter's new secret, Zombies. It's just, it's wonderful. I love its name. It's another fun one in there. It hasn't made a lot of, like, huge play, but it isn't bad when you pull it off of, I'm forgetting the name of the hero swap right now, but
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Vander, Stormpike.
When you're able to bring it up and get an extra one and they're stronger.
Yeah, it summons a bunch of 2/2s. Of course, we've been talking all about, I was hoping that Syndragosa would probably make a little bit more of a splash in the meta because I love Colossal minions, but it's been Construct Quarter that we've mainly been seeing.
I do think it's interesting. I remember us having a conversation where we were both like, I think Syndragosa was going to be really interesting. And I remember every day I would look at the meta and be like, is she in the Death Knight meta? No, just not. It's been surprising. But yeah, with Construct Quarter just being so versatile, it's been really good. Looks like we're going into Aggro Mage
With Solid Alibi
versus
drawn.
Imp Warlock. This is going to be an interesting one.
It's just what I wanted for Christmas.
Happy late Christmas, Gem. You get an Aggro Mage versus an Imp Warlock with them having Solid Alibi ready to go. It's your Christmas dreams come true.
Man, that is a bunch of card draw, but he doesn't have any imps that he can use it with. So he's just going to go for the hero power tap.
Job done.
Oh, and he gets Grimoire. He's got 2 Miracula and 2 Impending Catastrophe. That's... Wow. That's a rough hand.
It really is impressive he hasn't managed to draw any imps yet in Imp Warlock.
In Imp Warlock, yeah, no.
Shattering.
Okay,
Oh.
there's his first.
And that one's not bad because it can get you other imps too as long as it stays on the field long enough.
Job done.
Problem is that the imps that it summons are going to be 1/1s. That's pretty easily cleared off by the hero power, especially the Reckless Apprentice.
Yeah. Not bad though when he can, if he can get an Impending Catastrophe off of it though at least once. And get some more variety in his hand here. I also just noticed that he discounted his Solid Alibi a little bit, so now it's just going to be even easier to pull off with other stuff if he needs to. And he has Reckless Apprentice, which could be nasty if he gets a Wildfire.
He's going to draw 3 cards off of the Catastrophe. Use Grimoire to clear out this whole board. He'll trade first to see what he gets. Gets the Vial Library.
Which is not a bad thing for some setup here. And he's got a lot of infused minions that he wants to be charging up here.
He's going to get those Mirloculus for free pretty soon.
Which would be really nice for him, getting 2 of those.
But both of those skeletons hitting face are going to make Northeastern just kind of, well...
Yeah, I was going to say.
One of the Northeastern players just really go all in on the damage to face strategy.
I will say, this series of matches is just going to be us trying to make sure that we get their names correct, because not only is it a problem of them being from the same college,
I think we just refer
but
to
they
them
start with him
as
as
Fire
Rock.
and You.
Fire and You,
Although
I
that
agree.
reasons, because then I'm going to say that you're you gets to play, and you're going to be confused of whether I'm talking, of who I'm talking to.
So far, he has managed to build up his board a little bit, though, now. Which means Impending Catastrophe could come off very nicely, especially after he can put down those Mirloculas for free. And the Imp Gang boss gaining a lot of health off of the location is going to be really nice as well.
The only problem is that even if you get the Reform going and you're able to summon a full board off of it, there's a whole lot of stall left in this mage's pocket. Still has a Solid Alibi, still has the Dawn Grasp. But both those Mirloculas now are going to be able to come online. The problem is that, again, there's so much freezing on the board that they might not even get the chance to heal.
Which would be very unfortunate. We'll have to see. Looks like Reform's going to go up, though, and bring back some imps. He is going to get some damage off here. Bring them down even, actually, here. Oh, he gets the Wildfire right after he uses the minion that lets him attack everyone on the board, too. But he does have a lot of options here. He is within lethal right now, unless he can take down this board.
But lethal's not really going to be a factor once that Solid Alibi is played, and Dawn Grasp can stall out for a second turn, so I don't know if this Warlock can last 3 turns. Because both of them have been taking pretty heavy damage to face, and now with just 9 left.
Yep, he's gonna
In fact, freezing here is really good because his board is basically clogged up, so he only really has
Yep, he has...
one play he can use after using the location.
Runs short.
Yep. No, and he can use the alibi next turn and stall out, and he currently has almost enough damage. Actually, he does have enough damage to do lethal with his hero power taken into account here.
You can't stop these snow
Oh yeah, he's within lethal, like, easily now.
Tamsin's a good draw, for sure.
That might be...
That buys him one more turn.
Yeah, doesn't really have a lot of other options there.
He can also play the Murloculas here.
That's true. Get some lifesteal up on the board, which would be really helpful for him.
Summons a new imp. Oh no, they're gonna get burned because the board's full.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. But he does get the Murloculas off. I love their sound effects.
They are great.
Oh, it's another fun card. Let's see. Oh, and he has an arcane intellect.
You could try to find another one of the libraries off of Impending Catastrophe, and so if you're able to buff one of the Murloculas,
That'll
then
be
you're
scary.
safe.
Oh yeah, you're definitely going to be sitting in the safe zone because you have enough damage on the board right now. So the mage either has to get rid of it. I mean, Solid Alibi is kind of going to be necessary here because he doesn't have enough board clear yet.
Solid Alibi would also make it so that the life steal from the Murloculas is pretty negligible.
Runs short.
Yep, let's see what he gets first. He does get, oh, he gets the ability to freeze a minion with a location there.
That's still only one freeze.
Yeah. Gets rid of the bomb, do Solid Alibi, yep. Wildfire to be able to deal more damage.
He's not going to freeze anything, however. So he'll buff up his imps, at least for now, I mean. And draw more cards, of course.
Just do some chip damage. And you know, every little bit of extra health you can give yourself helps
Sure,
as well.
I mean, 13 is still a lot to deal with. Even with the arcane, well, let's see, 3, 3, 3.
He doesn't have enough yet.
2, that's 11. He just barely doesn't have enough.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a Solid Alibi, so if he can't...
Although he can draw a frost spell here, that might be
helpful.
enough if he has the mana to do it.
The whales of
Well, we'll have to find out. Oh, he does get that, but it's not. But it's random, so it's not going to guarantee. No, actually, regardless of that, there's still enough damage on the board to.
And he's got
Get
the
him.
library.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the extra damage in his pocket should he need it. I think the Imp Warlock should be able to win this. Because he can't get lethal, he's going to be forced to use the spells on the minions, which is not ideal for him. Has to hope that these freezes hit well. I'm going to be pretty split, though. It doesn't hit the
Nope,
biggest
not
one.
enough.
That's game.
All right. One Warlock down for Rockfire taking the first game here.
I know we're going to see probably the exact same thing, so we still got a long ways to go.
Well, he has to pick between Mage and Shaman, and if I had to guess, he'd probably... I don't think he's going to go Shaman immediately.
Yeah, because Shaman has a favorable matchup against everything, remember, so he's going to give the mage as many chances as he can to get that through.
Before actually going for the Shaman, since it should be able to deal with most everything on the board, which is why Death Knight got banned. Not surprisingly for this particular match that we've got here.
Yeah, you know, the only deck that Evolved Shaman really struggled against was Aggro Druid, and Unholy Death Knight isn't probably as aggressive as Aggro Druid, nor does it have a favorable matchup percentage-wise, but it is one of the better matchups I suppose you could get.
Yeah. No, with Druid going down a little bit because of some of the just tweaks that they made, it had Evolved Shaman once again it went up. There was just everything kind of this last update aligned together to give Evolved Shaman just such a good boost, especially with the card drops that we were talking about. I mean, we haven't fully seen it yet, like the big thing that we've been concerned about, but there's what we saw with the new card that came out, Thaddeus. It's looking for the Goldshire Knoll to be discounted enough that you can use it with Blazing Transmutation and get that 11/11 taunt early game, which is kind of what they are looking for, but unfortunately, just like for the general interest of learning the deck, but fortunately for their opponents, that has not happened yet during this tournament.
We are hearing the next match being started, and it's a mirror of what we just saw.
Oh, wow. But we're swapping who's doing what. So, we've got...
Wildfire is pretty good to draw early on for the mage.
You get the most value out of it if you get it as early as possible, so it's good to have in your hand, especially as just a one-mana play at the start.
It's one of the worst spells to open up against when you're playing against it. You see them play Wildfire, and you're like, ugh.
It's like now they're going to be dealing more damage. Well, and especially if you get 2 of them, just getting 3 damage for 2 mana from your hero power consistently is really nice. But the 2 is also going to be good. It looks like, yep, he's going to play that. And we're going to be going in let's see, Rocked Use hand for Imps is a little bit better than Rockfire's was last game.
And not surprising, just using the hero power there. It's interesting, it would have been kind of interesting for him to coin into 2 Imps, but he actually wants to coin into the 3 because then he can use the no-fins next turn. Grimoire actually pretty good here because that would help clear those 2 1/1s off the field. Having all these disposable minions also helps charge up Rafam.
He's going to add the Death Rattle, which just makes this board infinitely more valuable here.
He'll trade in. Summon some more Imp blocks. And I think the mage will gain some armor here. Summon some skeletons to help deal with that. Plus, if he uses it now, I mean, drawing the Naga is extremely good because then he'll have 2 solid alibis. So we could be in for a pretty lengthy game.
Oh, and he gets both of the librarians, which are not bad to have right now with his board.
Ruined. These books are ruined.
He's going to trade into the skeletons for him. Those Death Rattles kind of eat up all the damage, so.
He also has a Murlocula to charge up this time around. Freeze one of the librarians.
Dealing with this board pretty well, but it's going to be really tough, I think, once Rafam hits the board, because this aggro mage doesn't really have anything for a wide board. The only thing they really have is Mortis, should they charge that up, and the Reckless Apprentice.
Stop yelling!
Just trying to get as many on the board right now. Murlocula now. Just his discount is always really nice to get procced if you can.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
I'll draw 2 cards. Oh, he'll have to be forced to use the solid alibi now.
That's really good for the Warlock here, though, getting that out of the way.
But he'll have to deal with another because of the Naga copying. Overall, he still does 7 damage to face. So he's prevented lethal. Oh my goodness, that would be a huge impending catastrophe. I mean, he'd burn some cards if he played it, is the only problem. But he's feeling risky. He's going to load up on everything.
Oh.
He's got 10 cards in his hand.
He has a couple tradables as well.
Oh yeah, he can get rid of it. He's got it.
He's got some stuff he can drop on the board so he doesn't lose his cards right now.
And he'll do the rest of the damage to face. That's going to be 5 to face.
Still pretty good for him there. Jeez, yeah. The alibi is gone. But like we said, it can be copied, so let's just seeing what he freezes.
He does manage to freeze the whole board here, so he manages to save his alibi for another turn, which is pretty huge.
This is going to be really helpful if he wants to be able to take this back right now.
I mean, it's just really frustrating, but what can you do?
Yeah. Well, and he still has Rafan, so it's not the end of the world just yet, because he will be able to rebuild this board if it becomes
The top shelf is
messed up. And he has a Vile Library now.
Can't attack, he'll still get a bit of utility. Oh my goodness.
This is a scary deck. I mean, it has, I think this...
Time to wash away the filth.
I mean, there's lethal in the board right now, so he has to handle it right now. Yep, with Alibi.
Ooh, that's... Skeleton's gonna hit face.
Which is not the... It's probably one of the better spots it could actually go for right now. Just removing some damage on the board for Rocked You.
I know, only the most thrilling of gameplay when you've got a mirror matchup like this.
Yeah, back-to-back has been interesting to see the differences so far, but it looks like right now the Imp Warlock does have the upper hand on the aggro mage.
I mean, even if you do manage to get Mortish, You clear one board, but Rafam's waiting with another.
Yeah, that's the current problem that Rockfire has. And he's going to take a lot of damage to face here, despite Alibi.
Debating whether he wants to buff the last minion. Go do that. There are only 2 imps on the board, however, so it's not going to be a huge buff. That still helps protect the taunt.
Let's see. There is still some freezing options here, but Alibi is gone now. So we're going to want to look for some cards that could be really helpful. Oh, there he is. Unfortunately, not enough mana anymore to actually cast it. And like we've been talking about, Rafan has been sitting there for multiple turns, waiting for his opportunity.
Frozen Touch is both infused, so he'll get copies of them back. Keeping everything at bay for the time being.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
And he'll find a way to freeze everything yet again.
And that's going to bring him... Whew, he's very close now. He's going to be able to freeze all of that.
If Rafam is played now and he Mordishes it, that's pretty huge.
That would be really big for him right now, so it depends on if Rockyu is waiting carefully for that or not.
Also because there's no immediate way for him to deal with the actual body of Mordish, which is still left behind.
Mm-hmm.
So that body could go face and actually put him within lethal. I would think at this time also, just on the normal hero power uses, that Mordish is probably charged up.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was. It's hard to tell right now, but I think he would be pretty close, at least, if he's not. Oh.
This is huge, actually. This would be a huge misplaced setup. That's
this
Mordish play. Oh my goodness, he's going to kick himself so hard for this.
Oh, this is going to be really, yep.
There you go.
There it is. And the board has been cleared, besides one little Murloc imp. Now it's gone. Wow.
Now he's in lethal.
That was a very unfortunate misplay there, just off of reads. But Mordish is doing the work he's supposed to be doing, you know? Like, finally, after getting, unfortunately, pulled out really early in one of our earlier games.
That is true. We at least got to see him being played.
Yeah, so let's see. He's just going to try and get some imps on the board, trade it. Just trying to trade them.
There's got to be something here that can help me. I don't know. I think Fire just outplayed you.
Yeah, I think he's been... Because of the Mordish play there, I don't really think there's a lot he can do now. And you know that's what Rockfire was waiting for, too, with that.
Oh! It's the hero card! No! Oh, no!
That... Oh, man.
I would say it's probably a done deal for Fire. I mean, because you got to think of it now. Fire has the Evolved Shaman left and 3 opportunities to get it past. The only thing that you can do, not you, but the you as the player, is try to win in a mirror matchup in Evolved Shaman and then go on from there to pull off a reverse sweep.
That's like the one, which is going to be really hard to do, but the problem is going to be obviously like I think the biggest problem will be trying to get aggro mage past too. Just like aggro mage doesn't deal well with shaman because there's so much on the board. I mean, they do a good job freezing it, but you can get past that with the evolution and transformation. So it's just a really hard one for that. And I feel like Imp Warlock can rival the board a bit, but just not enough. Especially if we see like the key Evolve Shaman play actually go through tonight, because that one tends to deal just like it's just so good at beating the game early.
And of course, if you just, get your opening mulligan out perfectly, you've got a Thaddeus on turn 2, and at that point you just win the game. So, actually would be kind of fitting to just see the game ended that quickly with the way that Shaman has just been ruling the meta as of late.
But we'll have to see what they pick here. It is, let's see.
Okay, so I do believe I heard from the hero choices it is going to be the mage again.
It does have a chance, but we'll have to see where this goes. Oh, he has muck pools and he has bloodlust, so he can.
And the chisel, so he can do some stuff during the opening turns while he draws
really
prescience.
Good. Looking for his specific cards that he wants to really take this home here. That's not a bad hand, first hand there. We have not seen Goldshire yet, though, actually come out to fulfill its lifelong dream.
But he can always draw that off of prescience.
That's true. With something that costs 5 or more, he should be able to potentially summon it. And he gets a spirit, a 2/3 taunt, which is never a bad thing.
All right, Shivering Sorceress is first up. It's not going to discount anything, unfortunately.
But she does just kind of need to get on the board.
Oh, there he is.
Oh!
That changes everything. That means no cards are going to be played right now because you wait for your hand to be filled up. He'll be able to play the Knoll next turn, coin into the muck pools. And it's not a turn 2 Thaddeus, but a turn 3 Thaddeus is still pretty good.
Yeah, that's the hope. Oh, man. Let's see. He does get a wildfire off, but it's not.
The one unfortunate thing is he is going to get a Thaddeus yet, but that thing's going to get frozen for the next few turns.
Oh, yeah. That thing's not going to be allowed to move for a little bit. And there it is. It's just sitting there menacingly now.
Oh! That's a freeze. Let's put a
you can
put
see
a pause
Rock,
on that.
Rockdew did not even think about it. He was like, nope, that gets
Gonna
frozen.
put a pause on that. I think we're
don't
gonna
do that.
pause. Let's pause a little bit here.
He was like, we don't do that here. We're not playing this
Oh
game.
no, and he can cheat out the Neptulon.
Oh,
this is so filthy.
Oh my goodness, no! Oh, this is unfortunate. That's just unfortunate.
But I mean, to be fair, he is beating aggro mage, so it's not it's not as bad, I suppose.
I think the one thing that we'll see I guarantee we'll see a stall here with the Dawn Grasp as soon as anything with Neptulon starts, but
I mean, if it isn't stalled here, he can just win with Bloodlust, because the Wind Fury minion could just do it in and of itself.
That's true.
Oh, he's going to be able to get rid of it. Problem is, he's going to spend so much on that.
Yeah.
He can't freeze, so that allows Neptulon to be brought out. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah,
Yep, there it is.
He'll get one turn to try to deal with some stuff, but as
then
it's looking
Muck
right now,
Pools.
oh,
Ooh.
Savannah Highmane's also really good.
That's a good card. Ooh, that's a nice transformation there. Man, okay. With the Bloodlust sitting there in the back too. Man. Dawn Grasp is really going to be the main thing he's going to be able to do here to actually...
I mean, he can pick off both of Neptulon's hands with his hero power.
That
with
is true.
with the time he's going to
Reckless
get.
Apprentice.
Wait, not all of
gonna try and go for... And he can freeze Neptulon.
Problem is he's clearing it, yes, but he's gonna trigger the infuse on the convincing disguise, and with the tiny toys that he still has here, I mean, he's got 2 board reloads.
No, there's plenty of stuff for Rockfire to do right here.
Backups and then backups for the backups.
The C team. A team, B team, C team here. He's all ready.
And he's got plan Z all ready to go in case
yeah.
plans A through Y fail.
Yeah, Convincing Disguise is charged up, and he has the Savannah Lion was really nice to have too, and Farsight. Oh, he got the transformation.
That's interesting that he'd go for the transformation there. He does manage to heal back up, and this Deathwing could just be the win condition of itself. Well, that's that.
Okay, well, we know where this is going. Yep.
And he'll draw a bunch of cards off of that.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Ooh. Oh my goodness! Oh wow!
Wow, that might be what he needs in a second here. But the problem is, I don't know if he's used his hero power enough.
And well, remember the Reckless Apprentice just using that charges Mordish up too,
That's
so he's
true.
gonna get it. He's just gonna get it purely off of that. And just one little paper cut.
All right, here we
Yeah,
go.
he could do the Mordish now. Problem is that doesn't get rid of Deathwing. That 12/12 actually still survives.
Yeah, which is not damage he wants to take here. He could save it and try to just get a lot of, just freeze them for another turn there.
Yeah, the Dawn Grasp actually probably is the play.
Because then he can freeze them and stall out a little bit longer to get a better point in time to use Mordresh.
Me, Tusk, won't stop shuddering.
Another draw gets the 2 rushes. That's another board reload.
This board is just... Yeah,
I think the one thing is that he just shouldn't allow himself to get impatient and misplay.
He just has to wait for his opportunity here.
And get a bit of healing off the totem too. Not that it would necessarily matter in the face of the Mordish, but...
The Arcane Bolt costs 0 this round, though, so he
That
might
is
be
true.
able to
He
get
can
it.
clear.
Actually, I think he can fully clear now, because he can use Arcane Bolt and then Mordresh, and that will take him out.
That also means that the Tiny Toys backup is still there.
It's true. He doesn't know that. I mean, he can assume that it might be there, but unfortunately, he kind of just has to hope. All right, here we go. He also just does, that's true, he does just have the option to use that enemy, well, minion right there to take it out as well. And wait on his Arcane Bolt.
All right, the Deathwing bites the dust, but here's the reload.
All right, we've got... Oh, we've got the other Knoll
Yeah,
now.
the other Knoll. It's not what it once was, for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's going to do another evolve, however. 3-8, and he's going to choose what this evolves into.
Oh boy, all right. Wow, okay.
And you don't have another Mordish to bail you out. So he's just setting himself up for a winning turn. I don't think he can freeze everything here.
No, he doesn't really have anything
The
for
ways
that.
of these cowards chill me.
Oh, well, he does, but
It costs...
2 more because of what he involved into.
Oh, man.
Now, I think he might have just thrown away the game here. Because the commander, if you're able to charge that up, excuse me if I'm wrong, but would that not bring back the solid out? I don't think that was in the play, though. It was in the hand, though, when it was played.
I don't
So that might
think
be why he
so.
didn't. If he did, I'm sure he would have played it.
Because that would have been very helpful here. Gonna try and lower the health. He will get rid of the totems to help them deal with some of the buffing, but still 2 taunt enemies to get through here.
Impressive free freeze, however.
I will say, although it's been very slow watching aggro mage decks, it's been really impressive watching the ways they've been working to try and figure out how to actually pull off their freeze plays. It's been very impressive that they've been able to take boards that are like 5 or 6 and bring them down enough where every enemy is frozen or just unable to attack in some way.
Wow.
Oh.
More taunts. You could also play Command of Neptulon, bring the rushes out, take care of some of those bigger minions. He'll do that. And now that commander is going to be charged up. So he can bring back the frozen touches as well as more freezes, just what everyone wanted.
Your favorite, as always.
I mean, how many rounds has this been in a row again? And he can just win this by going face. Oh, it's so disgusting. I hate it. And he's going to bring them back. He's got lethal.
Oh, he does.
Or he's going to try to get lethal.
He...
I mean, he does have the lifesteal off of the 2 taunts.
Yeah, that's the one concern right now.
He could just use the Bloodlust for that, I suppose. Although they're still going to be frozen. So I do think that going for lethal here is the right play from the mage. As much as I hate it, it is the right play.
You can tell he's thinking about it. Wants to see who he's gonna freeze. I would have. Gotta hurry. Okay.
Oh! He wasn't able to freeze. He took too long. He could have just attacked into face. That is huge mistake.
Yep, there's the bloodlust.
That is massive.
And now
That is a massive mistake on his
there
part.
it is.
And the freeze as well going through.
The tables have turned. He's getting frozen.
He took too long. Oh, sweet justice. I'm all for this.
Another totem, another taunt totem gets summoned too. All right, let's see. Oh, don't let him draw more cards. No, we don't need more. Okay, well.
He has to do everything from hand here.
Yeah, 16 health though. I don't think he has enough damage.
He has 6 in hand, 2 from the hero power. He has to find 8 more.
Oh no.
Frozen Alibi isn't, the Alibi isn't horrible because as long as he can still buff up his taunt minions to get the lifesteal.
He should, yeah, he's just going to be healing up himself, which will be good.
Time's short.
But he can't make the same mistake again. I mean, it's a tough position for him because, like, if he freezes, he's attacking into the taunt, which he doesn't want the lifesteal. But by not freezing, he turned 3 healing into 6 healing for the shaman.
Yeah. No, this shaman's health is going to go up quite a bit here. And we're going to get more bloodlust.
Now it's just, I think, impossible for him to
Yeah, I don't think
get
he can come back from that. That's just too much. And he's got more rush.
I do think it's the goofiest sound effect in the whole game that those little elementals do.
They're very happy to be here.
They're very happy to freeze.
You wish to match wits with me.
All right.
Oh, the frost spell isn't a solid alibi, however. So he's not going to get the survivability.
He gets some armor, but it's not enough.
And he's got to attack here to prevent.
Does it make you happy?
It never. It's the only thing I like about this deck.
They're just so happy. Yeah, and that taunt minute. The fact that it's a reborn lifesteal is so insane.
The fact that it's also reborn, unless he uses the Arcane Bolt here, he's going to be able to use the Primordial Wave to reload.
Yep.
And I think this reload is probably going to be the one thing that allows him to still survive.
Tiny toys. And Primordial Wave. Let's see. Well, no more taunt minions, but that's not a problem anymore, because unfortunately that's a very well above lethal board now.
Not only is it above lethal, but if you really want to taunt minions, that 8/8 is going to summon a 5/5 taunt whenever it attacks. Rat King is also pretty cool to get.
Rat King's a lot of fun.
Just another reminder of what we've lost.
Oh!
Yep, he's going to do the damage to himself face. He's going to go out with style. I appreciate it. That's going out with honor. So that means Fire is going to be the one to win this mirror match.
Which means we know for Northeastern who's going forward to the finals.
As far as mirror matches go, I am not complaining that it ended in a 3-0.
Yeah, that was an interesting mirror match. I think we got to see a lot of cool stuff from it, and it didn't drag on like too long for all mirror matches considered.
If I had to see another Aggro Mage mirror matchup. But we don't have to. We got one match left, the grand finals, which we will get back to after this break. We'll see which school takes it all away after this break, so you're not going to want to miss it. On the minions, which is not ideal for him. Has to hope that these freezes hit well. It's gonna be pretty split though. It doesn't hit the biggest one. That's game. Keeping everything at bay for the time being. And he'll find a way to freeze everything yet again.
And that's going to bring him... Whew. He's very close now.
Setup, that's...
This could
this
be really...
Mordish play, oh my goodness, he's going to kick himself so hard for this.
Oh, this is going to be really... Yep.
There you go.
There it is. And the board has been cleared, besides one little Murloc imp play there. I don't really think there's a lot he can do now. And you know that's what Rockfire was waiting for too, with that.
Oh! No! He's gonna get a Thaddeus yet, but that thing's gonna get frozen for the next few turns.
Oh yeah, that thing's not gonna be allowed to move for a little bit. There it is. It's just just sitting there menacingly now.
Oh, that's a freeze. Let's put a. There we
There
go.
it is.
Yeah,
Yep, there it is.
he'll get one turn to try to deal with some stuff, but as
then
it's looking right now,
Muckles.
oh, Savannah Hymane's also. Just another reminder of what we've lost. 'Cause,
Oh.
yep, he's going to do the damage to himself face. He's going to go out with style. I appreciate it. That's going out with honor. So that means Fire is going to be the one to win this mirror match. Welcome back to the NACE Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge Spring 2023 qualifiers. We are down to one match left. It is the grand finals to decide who is going to get the most playoff points for this point in the tournament. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris, and this is going to decide who is going to take home the lion's share of points, because these players have been competing throughout the fall and spring. The better they place in these qualifiers, the more points they get, and whoever has the most overall points is going to make it into the grand finals later this year. And now we have Northeastern versus Michigan.
Which will be interesting because we've only seen Michigan play once. We've seen a couple Northeastern players play. They have a lot of similar strategies, so we're kind of used to the standard, like Imp Warlock, Aggro Mage, and Evolve Shaman that has been coming out. But Michigan has had a little bit different setup, and we haven't seen as much play from, let's see, I believe it was Wild Rose. And
Wild Rose played very, very well, especially in the Unholy Death Knight mirror that he faced. He's really been using that deck to its fullest ability. And he has a face cam, which I always appreciate. It's always nice to see the players' reactions to everything.
When you're watching them think through their different plays, it's always fun because when we start to go, and you can tell they're thinking about this, and you can actually see them thinking.
So it is Northeastern versus Michigan. It's going to be Rock U versus Wild Rose to see who gets the points. Of course, just making it to the grand finals, both these players are guaranteed to take home a good amount of playoff points, but you want to position yourself to where you're pretty much guaranteed to make it to the finals. I would say Michigan winning would also just be a tremendous victory in the fact that Northeastern just is throwing through 4 players at these playoffs, made up half the total field, and Michigan still has a chance to take it all away.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not surprised that we are seeing at least one Northeastern in the finals here, but it would be interesting to see whether or not they manage to beat it out because of the numbers and just general play level that they have, or if Michigan will be able to take it from them today.
So we know for sure what the lineup is going to be from Northeastern because we just saw it. I would say if the ban has to go out, I mean, they think you ban Evolve Shaman because I think we've seen that Wild Rose is just more than comfortable taking the mirror matchup on
with the Death Knight, yeah.
Yeah, with the Death Knight. So
we'll have to see if we're going to get some Death Knight play then from Rock U today. Tonight, final match. But it's going to be, let's see, besides that, we have a chance at, again, Aggro Mage. We've seen Evolve Shaman most likely will be banned if things go similarly to the last match we saw with Michigan, and Imp Warlock, which we've been seeing a lot more now that we've gotten into the latter half of the matches, I've noticed. It started out not as popular, but now that we've gotten here, it's been doing a lot better, which is interesting when we're looking at the actual class win rates here.
Yeah, I also think this would be a good opportunity to showcase the Unholy Death Knight that we've been talking about so much, because it really benefited with, the addition of the Construct Quarter. And of course, even if you clear out everything, you've got Lord Marigar there as your finisher to help you. Its weakness is, though, Evolve Shaman, just like everything else, so you're thinking from Wild Rose's perspective, you want to avoid that matchup, so you just ban the Shaman, and then maybe Unholy Death Knight just has a much more favorable lineup against Aggro Mage and Imp Warlock. We'll just have to see, but I would say that's probably the plan for Wild Rose. But I've been surprised before.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into this final part here. Especially if we'll get to see some play from Lord Marigar, because we did not see it during our mirror matchup, which was very unfortunate because they were both above 30 corpses, and that would have been insane.
They were both waiting to top deck it, you could tell.
We were just waiting. We could see them both looking, just sweating there like, someone draw it, which did not end up being the case. So we'll have to see if going into this next match, if that will end up happening here, and we get to see kind of the trump card of this deck.
Yeah, it's just a great backup that really gives the Unholy Death Knight that one final kind of late-game push. And you can see also Unholy Death Knight, it's at its peak right now. You see the win rate and peak win rate is exactly the same. That's because it's as good as it is, but it's seen the highest win rates it's ever seen. So
Which is, you know, that's a good thing, especially if it's going to be going up against a potential Evolved Shaman. Doubtful, but we'll see. Just depends on these pick rate, like what they end up banning. Because so far, I believe every single match we've watched, they've banned the exact same class for each team. Like, each team has banned, let's see, we've banned Death Knight and Shaman. I think those are the only ones, actually not Shaman, Death Knight, wait, yes, Shaman. I was mixing up Warlock. Death Knight and Shaman are the only ones who have actually been banned so far. So it would be interesting to see if we get different bans this time, but I kind of doubt it. I think we're going to get a Shaman banned across the board here.
I think that's just kind of a side effect of how lopsided the meta really is right now toward Evolved Shaman. It's just kind of the default. In this particular circumstance, if you don't mind taking the mirror matchup in Evolved Shaman, we've seen the Unholy... excuse me, if you don't want to take the specific matchup against Unholy Death Knight, then you can ban Evolved Shaman instead, and I'm just kind of rambling my words here. What I meant to say is normally Evolved Shaman is banned, but sometimes if you don't want to take the particular matchup against Unholy Death Knight, you ban that instead.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if one or the other got banned, but we'll have to see going further into this next part here. But Unholy Death Knight definitely has some advantages. I also think it has the ability to go up against, you know, Evolved Shaman. It is one of its struggle points, but if, say, Wild Rose were to have to go up against it, I think he specifically would actually do a pretty good job because he was very good about his plays and his trades, which is the hardest part with Evolved Shaman. So this is really just going to come down to, I mean, what decks overall we have to work with this time around.
Well, ready to see the lineups from both these players, and we do have different bans from each player. So Michigan, Wild Rose has actually decided to ban the Shaman, which we were calling out, whereas Rocked You has decided to ban the Death Knight. So everything that we were kind of talking about that Wild Rose did so well on the Death Knight now no longer applies. But he got the Shaman through, which is no small feat. That has a good matchup against everything.
Yeah, that Shaman is going to be a very good trump card against all of these decks here. Besides that, we've got a lot of similar stuff that we'll be playing, like Imp Warlock and Aggro Mage. None of these are big spell mages, so we know it's going to be a lot of Aggro Mage and Unholy Death Knight coming up here in this next part. So the question is who they think they're going to play first. Obviously, Shaman's going to be waiting.
Yeah,
they're not going to play through that immediately.
You might want to bring out the one that's might be hardest to get through. If you know the others are kind of slam dunks, then you want to give the one that's weakest the most opportunities to win. As for where that overall kind of lines up, that'll be for these players to decide. Here we go. Rocked You versus Wild Rose. We're going to start out with an Aggro Mage versus Imp Warlock.
Very similar to some of the matches we saw earlier here, but completely different players. And we've got Wild Rose's cam on for all of the wonderful reactions we'll be getting through this process. So far, though, we've got okay starts for the most part. Iron Deep Trog isn't actually bad in this case because Warlock does use a decent amount of spells. So it'll be nice to be able to pop it out early.
It would kind of slam the door on the Wicked Shipment play on turn 2. So I don't disagree with that as the play for turn 1. Could also save, try to coin into Dungeoneer if you really want a lot of bodies on board initially.
Yeah, and having a Frozen Touch in your hand at the start means you're going to be charging it up pretty quick.
Oh, and he picks up the freeze as well. It's not bad. All right, standard start play with the Librarian. And this is going to be a good bit of delay for him, bringing out the Trog. Thinking if he wants to freeze the Librarian, but he doesn't think that's necessary at this point. Taunt is going to be placed down. Talk about gutsy. He's going to play right into the Trog.
And yep. Get the Librarian some damage now. And he does have 2 flurries. So he has some room to work around. Is he going to coin into Frostweaver? He thought about it.
he could also just use the Frozen Touch. Yes, he doesn't get the copy, but he's able to clear out most of this board, which isn't bad. It's not often you get the opportunity to value trade with a Trog.
The whales of these caverns.
But he's going to go... Oh, that's huge. That Deathborn. We have seen that. I actually love that as an inclusion in this deck. Because that's the one that deals 2 damage to all minions, summons a skeleton for everyone killed.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's a good one.
These imps are easy pickings for that card.
That is a great card to go up against Imp Warlock.
I love that's a really good tech card. He put that in, knowing that, hey, Imp Warlock and especially Unholy Demon Hunter or Death Knight, excuse me. I'm just wishing I could see more Demon Hunter. But no, Death Knight is very popular right now. So that's such a great tech card to include.
Yeah, and now the Frozen Touch is upgraded, so if he wants to use it at any point, it will give him back the card, which will be really nice for him here. See, looking at... He has a lot of good cards for later on. He doesn't necessarily need to use immediately, but if he wants to stall, there's potential. I'd say Prismatic or Arc Splitter wouldn't be the worst right now.
Arc Splitter will be the play, just a bit more tempo, and he'll get the...
Time runs out on me.
He'll get the Arcane Bolts to use later. Thinking if he wants to freeze, remember those will upgrade to freeze 2 minions at 5 mana. It will freeze 3 minions at 10.
So the longer you can hold on to it, the better.
He's actually not going to attack. That's a pretty good turn 4 play here by putting the Imp down. It is pretty threatening, but there is no way currently for him to buff them. We'll see what he gets. 2 damage to all enemies isn't bad. Heart Strike is also pretty good too. Let's see.
I think 2 damage to all enemies isn't a bad thing to pull, especially against Imp Warlock, because they're going to be a lot of low health enemies, so if you want to be able to take them out quick, that's always a nice spell to have.
I mean, all of these choices aren't the worst, because even Murder Accusation, you can use that to kind of cheat out, cheat out kind of a destruction of another enemy minion. Heart Strike is going to do that. It's going to give him a quick update. Now remember, there was the update to the game where if you steal a corpse card, your corpses will now count. So if he manages to get another, Death Knight card that utilizes corpses, that could be a nice little feather in his cap. And he's going to go with some value trades.
Try and clear the board a little bit. Doesn't want Rock-to-You to get too far ahead right now with his board. Unfortunately, he does have some ways to bring his board back.
Relocula is going to hit the board, as well as Vile.
That's a nice setup that he actually has right there.
But he has managed to charge up his freezes, so he could freeze everything this turn. He also has Cold Case, so that can give him a bit of extra armor.
He has a couple options right now, but he doesn't want to take too much more damage because he is within lethal right now just from this board. But he could get rid of some of it.
Also the Deathborn, if you set up 2 skeletons for yourself, remember it hits your minions too. So that would hit the skeletons would do 4 damage and then summon some more skeletons.
The skeleton... It's the skeleton upon skeleton tactic, then. Yep. Probably if he wanted to use the Arc Splitter,
If he wanted to save one of his freeze cards, he could trade with the Dark Splitter, but no, he's just going to go face. Freeze everything. That'll bring the Warlock down to 18.
That's putting him a little bit closer. The Deathborn is going to be really nice.
That's not a good draw. Oof. He can tap to draw something else. Maybe just play the Imp again, but everything is very precarious right now with the Deathborn.
Why do you call?
I mean, should he play the... Oh, he's got a backup now, too.
Oh, no.
That is... Oh, my goodness. I think this could be his key to victory. All he has to do now is make effective trades, and he's got it.
Wow. I wonder indeed. I agree with the hero in this. This is a... You got to think about this one right here. You can tell that Rose wants to think about this as well. This is a crucial moment here, though. Got the right trades.
Seems he thinks he's got his strategy down.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't matter too much. That's a nice hit.
Ooh. Bring down this 6-6 to a 6-4.
Yeah, he can trade everything here and now use the Deathborn to completely clear the board.
Yeah. Better hurry, though.
He's got it.
There it is.
I told you this is the moment heroes were made, and that's a beautiful play from Wild Rose.
There we go. The board has been brought completely over to his side here now.
A little fire doesn't hurt nobody.
Now he's got all he needs to finish off the Warlock. He's got so many frozen touches. Also, the Arcane Bolts, they don't hit Mana Thirst quite yet, actually. So, see, that's 10 damage. There's 11 left. Frozen touches do 6, so that's 5 left. He doesn't have the mana to do all 5. Although what he could do is use the Deathborn again and just let the skeletons do their job.
Looks like he's going to Frozen Touch, though. Just try to get as close as possible.
Oh, the Frozen Touch gives him a copy, actually, so that is lethal.
Oh, yep, there it is. Wait.
Nicely played.
Well done.
Very well played indeed. Michigan off to a good start.
Aggro Mage has been taken out for him, so now he has to work through his Shaman and his other... It wasn't Death Knight. Death Knight got banned for him, correct? If I remember correctly?
Yeah. We did see Death Knight.
Yep. It's Warlock. There we go. That's right. He has Imp Warlock as well. So it's going to be Imp Warlock and Shaman for him.
I mean, you got a mirror matchup and evolve Shaman. I mean, getting that aggro mage out of the way, I think has set himself up in a really good spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes... I mean, obviously he's probably going to go Warlock next. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a mirror matchup with the Warlocks here, of them just both trying to get it out of the way next.
Sometimes getting that mirror matchup and a 50% chance of winning is the best you can do. He's going to go with the Shaman, however. Shaman's going to go up against the Unholy Death Knight.
Which is... That is what he would want. That is the matchup that he would... If you're going to be looking for one, you want the Death Knight going up against the Shaman right now. Because that is one of their... That is his worst... Yeah, that's the worst deck that a Death Knight can deal with, specifically Unholy. See, going into it.
60% win rate against Unholy Death Knight, Evolved Shaman has, so this should be a pretty done deal. He can also get rid of the Peasant.
Yep. Can take out the Peasant, summon a Totem. Neither side really have a lot of low-cost cards to use right now.
Yeah, it's always good if you force out the coin here. Just make sure that option is no longer available to them.
Could use the Nerubian Vizier and see what he gets from it.
Problem is that the peasant is not an undead, so he doesn't get the
Yeah,
discount.
he's gonna bring out the location. Brucon. Not useful just yet, but not bad to have in the backlogs.
Wow, it's a lot of taunts. He's not getting the worst totems, I mean, other than the healing, but I mean, I'm sure what he would really like would be the power totem, because then he can start to charge up some of these bystanders. Ooh, all interesting choices. He's going to do the one to summon the 2 zombies with Reborn. Hit the Vizier. Vizier's not, you know, the most desirable target.
But
for
is what it just kind of had to be done at that point. Gonna be able to summon another totem, though.
There's the power he was looking for. Of course, it's going to charge up the one that can already attack. Oh, this is what we saw last game, too. He's going to have to go up against both of the locations, but it's nothing he hasn't done before.
Yeah, he's very comfortable with that right now. And he's got a Primordial Wave in the backlogs for later. Let's see. He's got Bloodlust, too. He has a lot of really good cards for later on. He doesn't have his, like, full first setup quite yet, though. The Rush minions will be really nice here for getting rid of those higher cost cards.
They'll also give a bit of infuse over to the Convincing Disguise, charge that up. Now he will get the discount on this spell that he discovers. Blood Boil would be pretty good for dealing with all these totems, but I think Asphyxiate is, or Obliterate is probably the play. Most likely Obliterate because it is cheaper. That would discount it to 0 mana. And just with Evolved Shaman, a big single target removal.
Yeah, looking at Obliterate right now, it's probably the best. Just having a 0 mana card that you can pop out when you need is really huge for this type of stuff here. Especially against Evolved Shaman if you want to get rid of a card before they can do something crazy with upgrading it.
Another charge goes by on the location. Another Bloodlust draw. That is not really the best. This turn isn't looking too good.
Yeah, he kind of needs... He hasn't really found his location yet, and not any cards that he can actually use to deal damage, so he's mostly just been stuck with these totems here.
That bites. Floating 3 mana like that, not the best, but it's like, what can you do?
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is just a bit too important to give away. I mean, he does have the Tiny Toys play next this turn.
Which will be nice if he can get that out.
Can mainly hope that... And Glug is also an interesting possibility. He has to think which board is going to be stronger for him to deal with what the Unholy Death Knight has brought up.
Yeah.
He's going to go with the Tiny Toys option. Oh, Darius Crowley, he can also get a free rush attack with that. Now he's going to evolve.
Let's see.
Oh, Remoria is so good for dealing with this. I love it. The Living Sword. You can attack the zombie with that, and the Red Herring has a huge... That is a very nice evolve.
Wow, that was really well done. That was a very good evolve round, especially... Yeah, no. Looking at all the guys under stealth, too, not bad cards to have. That is...
Remornia is such a cool card. I wish it was played more. But Warrior isn't played. But it's a Warrior card, so...
Unfortunately, won't be seeing that until there's some changes made. But, ooh, Blight Fang, yep. That makes sense.
Man, he gets 2 obliterates. One onto the red herring, and he has another one available. Thing is, though, is that all of this is vulnerable to Brukan because Brukan can deal 2 damage to all enemy minions and can set up some taunts for yourself. So even if these death rattles are procced,
he should be able to get rid of them pretty easily.
once you get Brukan on, just kind of the value of all those upgraded hero powers can really work out for you. So yeah, I think Brukan's the play. I mean, that's what I would do, but again, that's what I would do, and I am not in their position for good reason, probably. So
yeah, let's see. Eventually, they'll be able to use the Shadow Hunter to pull something in.
Oh, he's going to use Glug instead.
He does offer some taunt options as well, which is nice. He's probably hoping that when those two get taken out, they will he'll absorb their stats.
Now he's going to choose what he wants that to... Oh, Brasswing is really good.
Ooh.
That gives him healing. It can clear out the board.
Yeah, especially this board.
Yep, there you go. I think he just leaves it in response to that. He's not going to get the healing if he does this.
And now Glug is going to get an upgrade there.
Who here can spell?
Okay.
Anybody?
He's not going to get another Obliterate off of that. Frost Strike, though, could lead into something pretty good.
It's always good to get those Frost Rune cards, especially when you already have your location out.
Pick me! Pick me!
Ooh, that's a really good draw. That allows him to spend his corpses to deal 2 damage to a random target. Maximum of 5 and 10 damage.
That card can be very good. But he's also upgrading Glug right now on the other hand, and Glug has gotten very, very strong. Let's see, yeah, he's gonna obliterate. Does not want Glug on the field anymore.
It's a decent turn. The question is, does he want to go with Brukan here? Or does he want to set up some freezes with his Wild Paw Cavern? Thing is, with that Marrow Manipulator now, and that's a lot of damage that could go face to the Shaman. So getting the extra armor and heals in from the Brukan, I'm just going to keep pushing the Brukan until he's actually played.
Yeah, I think Brukan is going to be more important here. Just like you're talking about with the damage that's going to come in from Marrow Manipulator, that he has 21 corpses right now, so that is a very scary proposition right now to be dealing with. I think that he'll probably want to do that. Because Wild Paw, it's all well and good to be able to set up some freezes, but yeah.
There we go. I like this. He doesn't even need to do damage to the enemy minions. He could just, set up the taunts for himself and heal. And he's going to do the damage to enemy minions. That would make the trade favorable to him. His best hero power, the deal 6 damage. He's going to push everything towards face, actually. Because he could also... Oh, no, it swaps at the end of the turn. I forgot that, too. I was so excited.
You were like, oh, yes! Nope, unfortunately, not going to be getting that. Here comes the Marrow Manipulator. We're going to sit here watching the damage.
I mean, it is a maximum of 5, so...
Was able to be saved by that. And the egg comes out.
Oh, there's the null. And he has enough to evolve it. Actually, he could summon the 2 taunts. With...
Summon the 2 taunts.
Off his hero power.
Yeah. No. Yeah, summon the 2 taunts and then... Not a bad idea to get the 2 taunts set up as well for potential evolve.
And he's got to decide, does he want the taunts to evolve into higher cost minions, but they're not taunts, or does he just want to go for the sure thing with the defense and the taunts? I mean, he'll for sure evolve the Knoll. I think the best thing for him to evolve it into would probably be the Ice Lord.
I'm coming.
Technically, getting the Knoll out via the Shadow Hunter would put more stats on the board. I mean, he's got to realize that he has to clear this board because Grave Strength is still a threat.
Interesting.
Well, he's going to get the heals off of that. The good news is like, because that's an evolve and devolve, he can use it to kind of counteract the Grave Strength, so it would only be a buff for 1 turn.
Which would be really favorable for him, just preventing Grave Strength from becoming too insane.
There goes the Grave Strength. It's not enough for lethal. Although, actually, I think that might just be enough.
Oh, I see.
20, yeah. Dang.
Wow. Impressive turnaround from Northeastern there, able to take out, especially taking out Evolve Shaman in such an unfavorable matchup. If you think about it, like, what was the statistic again?
60% in favor of the Shaman.
So that's a considerable challenge there for the Death Knight to be able to pull through like that. So that's going to be interesting going forward now, having to look at what they're going to play next, knowing that the Death Knight was just so good at taking that out. So we've now got 1 on each side here, Death Knight and Aggro Mage taken out, with Shaman, Aggro Mage, and the Imp Warlock still left to be played here. So now, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Wild Rose went for the Shaman again.
Yeah, you just try to run it back.
Just get it out of the way here. He was doing pretty good with Imp Warlock. Let's see. Yep.
My faithless steed.
He's going for it once again. Ooh, he does have a nice hand starting here so far.
Both of them don't have the worst hand.
Vile Library, yeah, with the Vile Library and the Librarian Flame Imp already there, with Chisel, Schooling, Muck Pools, Convincing Disguise. That's all really good tools to start this next round out.
Wild Rose definitely seems to be one of the players who takes all the time that he can to try to think things through. Blazing Transformation isn't bad. I mean, if he can find that Knoll, if he draws the Knoll here, this is huge. Doesn't get it there. I think you still do the Schooling. Or he's going to throw out the Muck Pools instead.
We'll just get it set up. Ooh. And Northeastern does have Imp King Rafan ready to go for some charging, which could be nasty, though against Evolved Shaman that can just be negated.
You'll have all the piranhas you could ever wish
oh my gosh,
for now.
Yeah. If that Knoll comes out, that's going to be dangerous.
So either a draw into Knoll or Prescience. To draw the Knoll would be pretty good. He's going to get the power totem.
Two and
Oh, okay. Putricide is... That's a very lucky evolve.
That's an...
If
Yeah.
it sticks,
That is the question, but right now,
I think it does.
I think it will just... Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage on field that can actually attack... Oh, he's trying, though.
Yeah, it's still... Oh, it's just enough. You can just... Oh, man.
Wow. Almost stuck there.
That would have been huge because that gives you concoctions, and those are pretty powerful. It has to be schooling. He gets... I don't think he coins here. He can just try to clear as best he can.
He will be able to take one of them out.
Oh, he's going to go into more. I guess, next play he doesn't have to coin into Neptulon. This allows him to clear the Librarian out, and he can just school next turn to clear even more minions.
And that Librarian has been a pain, so that's going to be good to get out of the way here.
Little time.
I do like the play early on to evolve the totem. I mean, it's not necessarily, the most intuitive play. You're like, oh, I got to save that for the null. But if you're not drawing the null, then it's going to be, no major use to you. So you might as well just, for body's sake, just get the minion on the board.
See what you can get.
He's going to pay a lot in his health for leaving that Librarian up. But he can clear it in one foul swoop with another schooling.
Yep. Gonna school and get his piranhas set up. I appreciate this time that they're going to gain attack in order because they're in a line instead of last time. I was thinking about that, but I was like, I'm not going to say anything. All right, getting the Librarian out of the way will be really big here. And now plenty of space to take out some of these imps.
And I think if he manages to do a good board here that sticks, then that really helps in terms of the Rafaam play. Because you think of it, the imps are buffed, but they're still the low-cost imps that they are. So if you play the Primordial Wave on them, those are going to turn into wisps and very
Random
easily
stuff, yeah.
healed.
Stuff that's not going to be very helpful, especially since they'll lose their buffs from it. But Rafaam is... Ooh.
It's not bad.
Rafaam's going to come out here.
But again, that's dealt with.
Yeah,
with the Primordial Wave.
Primordial Wave will definitely be... I'm not going to be surprised if that is the first thing he looks at.
Oh, he'll take the value trade that he knows he can get.
And then, let's see.
Yep.
Yep, and he gets a taunt off, which is always good to have a taunt minion. And he can summon a totem. Never a bad thing.
Now, that 5/5 actually makes all their minions cost more, Northeastern. So that's actually kind of a double win because it makes it so that, this mischievous imp is going to take up all of his mana.
Which is very unfortunate for him if he wants to be trying to figure out how to do that. But it's looking like he's like, how do I get rid of it quickly? Yep.
A little fire. Nobody.
The Shaman is hanging in there.
Oh, and he's
play no fins on it.
Give them some extra board value there. Clear Wild Rose's board too.
Now, Prescience is going to summon you 2 taunts. You could also do Tiny Toys because you'll have 2 possible evolves that you can get off that. One off of the Muck Pools and the other off of the Blazing... And you get to choose what it evolves into.
Which will be really good for that. Yep. Let's see what we get here.
Okay, nothing too spectacular off of any of those. But now it's evolve time. Let's see what it gives him as an option. I mean, yeah, the taunt.
Yeah, we want that. Taunts are very important here. Let's see if he uses muck pools for the next one.
Yeah, I think he does. I mean, he's got another 2/2 that really doesn't have any
Benefit.
major purpose right now. So might as well roll the dice on it.
I was thinking about it.
Yep, there he goes. He's going to put a lot of faith in that taunt.
Oh, and he gets another one too.
That's really good.
The more he can.
Trade is going to go through. Oh, that's not what he wants. He has to tap. That's even better.
Why do you fall?
I think this could be it with the Brukan.
Yeah.
Because the Brukan can just do 6 to face, so I think this is lethal for the Shaman. All right, manages to get away with that.
All right, here we go. Ooh, 6/8 taunt. And he does get Glug for later if he needs it.
Yeah, but I think he still
he
has it. Yeah, he still has it because he can do 2 damage to all enemy minions. That'll bring the taunt down to 6.
Everything I've got.
As long as he doesn't miss lethal here, he should have it.
Yep, deal 2 damage.
And the
then
6
do
to the enemy hero.
Fire Invocation.
He can't miss it. He has to realize that he has lethal on the board. I mean, you can just end the game right here.
Yep,
Okay.
okay.
Oh.
He just wanted to double check.
He was really playing with my emotions there.
All right, and with that, he gets the Evolved Shaman through as well.
So now, all he has left is his own Imp Warlock, which we know that he could be facing a mirror matchup in that.
If Northeastern really wants to get that through right now, but he also knows that that's what the next match has to be. So the question is whether or not he thinks aggro or a mirror matchup Imp Warlock is going to be better in this case.
Yeah, well, I would have to actually look up the stats for that because I can look them up right here, what aggro mage does against
We've
Demon
seen some
Hunter.
very effective
Imp Warlock,
freezing
excuse me.
plays. So the question is just whether or not Northeastern feels like they'll be able
see
to
here.
effectively get freezes off with aggro and handle just the amount of imps on the board.
Wow, okay, so aggro mage has a 50-50 directly with Imp Warlock.
Really?
So basically, we've got 2 50-50 matches for Michigan to get through. So it's definitely doable for him. He does have the advantage. It's just a case of you're wondering if there was any way he could have won that first match against the Death Knight. You know, you'd rather have 3 50-50 shots than 2. So here we go. This is what he has to work with. Imp Warlock, board-based, fair matchup against the mirror matchup and the aggro mage. Mainly looking for, that flustered librarian opening, maybe a flame imp opening, something so you can do your big power turn. Usually you want Vile Library on 2 to follow into the Fiendish Circle on 3, so you have a guaranteed big buff.
Fun!
I'll cast a spell on you.
It looks like we're not getting that main open. Oh, and Mordresh is making an appearance in the first hand. Probably not going to stick there because it's just not a very viable card to keep in your hand for that long, but it is a good reminder of what he could do to this Imp Warlock later on. I think something interesting that we haven't talked about a lot is Sire Denathrius, also commonly in these decks.
That is true. That could be a good finisher. The problem is you got to draw him, and he comes in very late in the game, which the aggro mage could just finish you off, but he has lifesteal, and it could be a very important stabilizing tool if the aggro mage is just about to take you out.
Although it can kind of suck when you mulligan and he sits in your hand, at least it doesn't feel as bad as a high-cost card that you know has no purpose until you hit there. Like, at least Sire Denathrius charges the longer he's in your hand, dealing with enemies. But it could be interesting to see if he gets any play or if he's in any of these decks. Already kind of rough hands to try and figure out.
Much better card. Would have been better if he could open with that, but...
Me tusks won't stop shattering.
Oh, okay.
There's Flustered.
That'll be a way to make things up in a hurry.
These books
If that librarian is left up on the board, then he is going to pay for it in a lot of health next turn.
I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, he does
He's
that.
just going to freeze it.
He's like, no, not today. But he does have a couple summoning abilities right here.
Fiendish is interesting. I mean, you kind of want it so like you can guarantee that it's going to be used with no fins.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer you keep Imp Swarm in your hand, because the only payoff you're going to have for keeping that is going to be summoning another 3/2 Imp.
Which right now, maybe just getting it on the board wouldn't be too bad. There's not a lot on northeastern side that's going to be dangerous to it right now.
He's just going to tap.
Does get another Wicked Ship.
Could choose to play that because, you know, more bodies to charge up the Murlocula. Librarian becomes more of a threat again. Forcing the hero power out. Yeah, that's not really the scariest turn that could have happened, so.
Oh. Impending catastrophe.
Cheat out the Murlocula for 0 mana.
Let's see. Imp Swarm is still around. He still wants to wait one more turn on No Fins and Fiendish. He could Imp Swarm and tap if he wants, just to keep his card flow going a little bit and see if he gets anything else he can use in conjunction here.
Taking the usual amount of time to think about it. All the time that he's given, and it is a resource for him to use. He's actually going to use No Fins here, which is actually pretty good. It's not quite as big as of a turn as it would have been with the Fiendish Circle, but I can also see where you'd value the card draw with the Fiendish Circle more.
That will be helpful next turn.
That's a complete hand reload. You draw... he would draw 7 cards off of it, which is pretty insane for 2 mana.
Yep, there you
go. 7 cards.
Wow. Oh, and he gets another one. If for some reason he ends up using these cards too fast. Oh, and another Fiendish Circle.
And he's got another reload. So.
Wow. And he found his location. He's got a Murlocula waiting to be infused. Already kind of infused.
And the
that wasn't a bad draw. It's low card cost, but, you know, there's a lot of options now.
The Vial Library is nice because, you know, I mean, it's very easy to play around the freezing now. Unless all minions are frozen, there's usually one that isn't frozen that you can buff up and still do a lot of damage with. Oh, man, that's a... Oh, my goodness, that is huge draw. I think that would be the play, to just do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, just Drop, yeah, taunt
And
minion.
you buff
and
the
then,
taunt. Yeah, that's a very good draw.
Yeah, wow, that's really good.
Especially when you consider that that would have been normally a card that would have been sitting at the bottom of his deck, but because he had such a good impending catastrophe, he just basically drew through his deck until he got to that card.
Yeah, which is, oh, that was really good to get there.
Six mana, and he's going to have to freeze probably all of this if he wants a chance at surviving, because that Vile Library is in Wild Rose's hand, but I don't necessarily see a way that he can do that. He could try Flurry, Multicaster, hope he draws into another Flurry, and he could have the Frozen Touch to finish one off. That would freeze all but one.
What to do? What to do?
All but two, excuse me, but...
I've heard of it.
Yeah, no, he can't. I think this is game.
That looks... Let's see. He is going to freeze one, but he has a location.
Runs out on me.
So he can pop that down and still make a very big play. But, oh, there is Flurry. Let's see.
Yeah, that's... Still don't think that's enough. Even Wild Rose is a little complex there. He's like shaking his head saying, no, that's...
He's like, no, I still got this. Yeah, let's see. He's got
four imps on the board. Should he add a fifth, that's a 5/5 buff. But that's still only 11 damage. So it isn't quite lethal. He's going to tap, see what he gets off that. Can still play one of the imps. Maybe the imp gain boss, since that would be the most efficient use of the mana with the space he has to work with on board.
Yeah. Just looking for the right combo.
Can't quite get lethal, but he can get very close to it with this play. Actually, no, he can't play another imp because the whole board is taken up.
But he is going to get Murlocula up, so he gets some more nice lifesteal insurance there. And he's only 3 away now. Now he's just got to look for his opportunity. We do have... Let's see, looking at the mage's hand right now.
And that's a lot to pay. I mean, that's a decent draw, but it's still not enough. The Reckless Apprentice won't clear out the board.
Getting the armor might be nice there.
He still has the coin, so he can do 2 damage to all minions, so... But it's again a thing if he has to clear out all of these minions. And that hitting face is really big.
Let's see. He's got... Okay.
He's going to get another copy, so freeze everything.
Let's see, yep, he's going to freeze that first minion there.
Another
just in the
library.
back. Yep.
It's good for him to use. Question is, what does he put down here? Does he put down a taunt just because he's that concerned for his health?
Why do you call?
Still having the Murlocula this buffed up is really good.
Yeah, that'll be... Whenever it is allowed to do something again, it will be able to help out a lot here. The problem is, looking at the... I mean, I don't know if he won't be able to pull off the full board freeze unless he gets...
Oh, the no-fins is huge.
Ooh, that's really good.
That's a sticky board. I think he's got it.
Yep. That board is not going away anytime soon now.
Oh, but he can just freeze.
More
More freezes. Ugh.
You know, I was about to say, the one thing right now that Northeastern is looking for is that card, and sure enough, it appears right when it's needed.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
He might coin into Reckless, but It doesn't really help him because the board is going to just stay there.
He's going to draw some more.
Oh, it's Bran.
Oh, ow. Okay, so you have to feel... Now, that's actually a pretty good draw, the Grimoire, because that can still deal with those skeletons if he's comfortable proccing them, which I think he would because he's got such a wide board.
His board's very safe right now.
The question is that health total? If he can't get some attacks with the Murlocula, then there's still a chance this mage could just go under him and deal all the damage to face.
Yep, he's gonna do the Grimoire. Get some damage off and see where it goes.
Yep, doesn't hit really anything.
Now he's just gonna buff Murlocula or another imp on the board, just try and spread it out as much as he can, and he does have another Vial Library waiting in case he needs to, but just getting as many as he can right now. Oh.
Draw even more. That's going to be near all of his deck. Now he can use the Bartender to like make everything.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not a bad draw. That'll give him more health.
And help him deal with some of the board later if he needs to.
Oh. You know, coining it into the Bran combo with Magister
Ooh, yeah.
would be really bad.
Which just looks like what he's planning. That could be dangerous there. Yep. All right. Show us the play here. Wait, really? Wait.
Magic?
Okay.
I've heard of it.
Not gonna use Brawn. Interesting.
He was looking for, but the thing is, the solid alibi, you know, does it really, it does
I
play
don't think it can, okay, 4 armor. He's also adding armor into the mix.
But I mean, now he can attack with the Murlocula, so he can get back out of range.
Mm-hmm. Which is that's going to be the best choice. And he has, the problem is that both sides have a lot of options here. Especially Wild Rose. Like, he can get out of this. He's not within a lethal area whatsoever right now with the Murloculas being fully free to attack.
Does he want to charge that other Murlocula up more so they can get a full heal? I mean, you'd think that he's already pretty safe, but I mean, I've seen this mage deck stall out so much that, you know, I'm not going to count the match over.
I was going to say, you know, we've said, oh, it's going to be done a couple times now, and it has not ended. So we just kind of have to wait until we really see that opening. But now with Wild Rose up to full health, it's going to be a lot harder.
The Bran with the Reckless Apprentice would fire the hero power at everyone twice, but he would still have a board after that is the problem.
He could Wildfire it. Wildfire
still would.
Yeah.
You wisdom at wits with me.
Oh, yep, he's going to go for that play. All right. Magister Dawn Grasp is going to activate.
Idea.
Ooh.
And that hero power gets more charged up. Cold case. But neither one was the solid alibi.
Wonderful.
So, I
and
mean,
there goes
yeah, I
Sir
mean, he can
Finley.
still just go.
Wow, well
Yep,
played.
that's still. He was hoping to get the solid alibi off of the repeat, but
unfortunately, no.
well, nicely won for Michigan. Wild Rose is going to be the one taking home the lion's share of the points here this week. We only have one more qualifier after this for March, and then we'll be looking at the grand final, see who makes it. And I think Wild Rose is going to be a great addition to the grand finals because he played very well today.
Yeah, I think overall he was very good at carefully considering his options and looking at the different ways that he could use his cards to the best of his ability. It definitely caught up with him a couple times because he almost ran out of time, but it did pay dividends in him being able to take out quite a few tough decks pretty efficiently overall.
Well, we'll see you all next month for the next NACE Hearthstone qualifier. Hopefully we'll have some balance patches then, so we got a little bit more diverse of a meta like we had first time. Maybe we'll
finally see Warrior.
Maybe. I don't know how much more Blizzard can do, but we'll see. I mean, desperate
Everything
times,
else gets nerfed, and then Warrior comes up finally. Who knows?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. But thank you for joining us. That's going to do it for us today. We'll go into the top 5 plays of the day. That is going to be brought to you by NACE Star League. So thank you for watching. We'll see you next time, and enjoy your top 5 plays.
An honorable kill.
It needs to hit an Epsilon. Oh, he didn't get it.
That, I will say.
Yeah, play both of them just to let them know.
This is how long I've been waiting to do this.
I would have been furious.
Unfortunately for him, he has not found that yet. That board is doing really good now, especially with the next taunt minion up. Getting some extra damage off, yeah. That is a very dangerous.
Just another reminder of what we've lost.
Oh.
Yep, he's going to do the damage to himself face. He's going to go out with style. I appreciate it. That's going out with honor. So that means Fire is going to be the one to win this mirror match. That's a nice hit.
Ooh. Bring down this 6-6 to a 6-4.
Yeah, he can trade everything here and now use the Deathborn to completely clear the board.
Yeah. Better hurry, though.
He's got it.
There it is.
I told you this is the moment heroes were made, and that's a beautiful play from Wild Rose. There we go. He's going to give it the bless as well, which is going to, he's going to do this all in one take. I mean, yep.
He just wants
combo.
this thing to live as long